Temperatures aren't the only thing hot here in Atlanta. 8 races left in the regular season, and the playoff picture in the NASCAR Cup Series is heating up too. Spots to get in without a win are dwindling quickly. Today, another wild card race that could see yet another new winner. Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic Atlanta Motor Speedway, and its revamped surface brought an intense and unpredictable race in the spring, and we expect nothing less today. Pit stall number 1, best seat in the house, is where you find the Peacock Pit Box, and we have moved things up today about 20 minutes. 3:03 will be green flag this afternoon. Brad, is there any reason to expect that we'll have a calm, predictable race here this afternoon in Atlanta?
Heck no. Last time we were here at this place, 185 miles an hour, slipping, sliding, teams jacking them air pressures down for a little bit of grip.
Yeah.
Blown tires. It was chaotic and crazy, and I don't expect anything different today.
No, and you don't expect anything different from that part of it. But then you look at the drivers, Michael McDowell, Eric Jones, who was leading at Talladega there on the last lap, next to last lap, Eric Almirola, who's a Speedway guy, Corey LaJoie. We can go down the list and list almost every driver and give a reason that they can win today.
Look at all those stats, all records, as Kyle Busch walks the drivers' intros right now. So here's what's on the menu, brought to you by Sonic. If you haven't seen the new racing in Atlanta, as we just talked about, buckle your seatbelts, folks. Might be the most intense racing in NASCAR today. So with Tyler Reddick winning last week, that makes 5 first-time winners in 2022, the most since 1950. Could there be a 6th today, which leads to Dale Jarrett's favorite point, by the way. Will there be 16 winners in 2022, meaning no spots in the playoffs for drivers and teams to get in on points only? Could be. DJ said it back in May. Kyle, you and I looked at him like he was crazy. So, he might be right after all. So,
I don't anymore.
Here are the playoff standings, KP, by the way. I think those bottom 3 without a win are a little nervous this afternoon.
You got to be nervous. Let me tell you, with Tyler Reddick winning last week, with having 5 first-time winners, and you look at the numbers, 27 of the full-time 32 drivers on the Cup Series have won races. Anybody can win at any given time, and that's the way this season has been.
Yeah, the last time we didn't know what was going to happen was the last time we were here.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened there. These 3 guys are shivering in their boots, I guarantee you.
Well, 2 gentlemen who knew all too well the pressure of trying to make the Cup Series playoffs. NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the mayor, Jeff Burton, hanging out right behind us at the front of the grid. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, and we absolutely saw a pretty shocking finish last week at Road America. Tyler Reddick won that race and told me he got 350 text messages that he said he promised he's replied to every single one of them. But he was so busy he hasn't even had a chance to sit inside this race car that he's going to drive today. And we are at another racetrack, Jeff, where just about anybody could win this race.
Anybody could win this race, and there's a lot of people that do need to win this race. When you go down and look at the points that those guys just talked about, there's a lot of drivers that we're accustomed to seeing in the playoffs and with a chance to win a championship that need a win to get in. Remember, if Ryan Blaney wins a regular season, even if he doesn't win a race, he's into the playoffs, and that moves the spot also. So they're thinking about that. The pressure's on. There's some drivers, Kevin Harvick, Truex, Bell, all those guys, they need to win, and this is an opportunity for them.
Yeah, and there's some drivers that think this is their only place, their only chance besides Daytona to win a race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Think about Brett Keselowski. What risk will he take today?
Big.
He's going to go for it. He'll be a guy I'll be watching all day long. So it's going to be a lot of fun doing that. When you're in Atlanta, though, Jeff, what's the one name that you think of in NASCAR?
Elliott, man. It's got to be Elliott.
That's right. Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott. Well, the family history is kept really well in Dawsonville. And let's go to Rut City View to check out what Rut is learning about the Elliots today.
Thanks, Dale. Yeah, I'm a little less than 2 hours away from the racetrack up here in Dawsonville, Georgia. Home, as you mentioned, to Bill Elliott and Chase Elliott, but it's also home to the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame. Take a look around. There's so much cool history of all the racing that's gone on here. A lot of people say, really, Georgia, the birthplace of stock car racing going back to the 30s. But one of my favorite things is the display here with Chase Elliott and Bill Elliott. It actually is their first winning car. So Chase's car, this is from 2018 Watkins Glen. Remember that like it was yesterday with Bill running to victory lane. So cool. And then just to the left, we've got Bill's 83 Thunderbird from the win at Riverside. So many people remember that iconic Melling Performance Parts paint scheme. But when you zoom in a little bit, you can see we've got not only the original siren from the Dawsonville pool room. We'll be there later. There's just so much history here in Dawsonville. We're going to show you a ton of that when we come back. Plus, we've got drivers, interviews, live at the track, a ton more from Atlanta Motor Speedway when we get back.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Sonic Sour Patch Kids Slush Float. Only $2.99 for a limited time at Sonic. I believe, Brad, we had to pull Kyle Petty out of that bunch there.
Oh, man.
Flo Rida.
Flo Rida.
The day started for Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I was
by the
singing
way.
low, man. I was singing low.
Welcoming WWE superstars Montez Ford and Bianca Belair. They rode with Jeff Burton, and Nikki Bella rode with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the pace car. Brad, is this how you really welcome someone to the track, though?
Welcome to racing, so you want to be a race car driver, huh? Well, jump in and hang on.
Hang on.
Awesome. I want to know from Kim Kuhn, how was their experience, Kim? Kim is hanging out with the WWE superstars on pit road right now.
That's right, Marty. The WWE superstars got to take hot laps around the track this morning with Junior and Jeff. How'd it go?
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. I mean, there's not even enough words to describe the feeling that even I had going around the track. I'm sure with them as well.
For me, I feel like I was in a roller coaster. And I had to keep reminding myself that I was in a car and I was going that fast. So it was exhilarating and so exciting.
Greatest adrenaline rush ever.
Ever, and you're in the ring. So have you done anything that's compared to what you did this morning?
I mean, you know, I got slammed pretty hard by the girl to my left at the Royal Rumble, so I mean, it kind of compares the adrenaline rush, but no, I've never gone that fast in a car. I've never felt like I was floating, and then to be with two iconic legends of NASCAR just like topped it off.
Speaking of those iconic legends, what do you guys think about Jeff and Junior getting in the ring?
I mean,
we were just talking about this. We were saying that NASCAR and WWE were all the perfect tag team for USA. So let's do it. Let's make it happen. Let's book it.
Do you take Junior or do you take Jeff? I mean,
I have to take Jeff because he drove me around.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take Junior. We're going to make this WrestleMania. Watch out.
Special guest.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, referee.
I'll wave the flag at the finish line, you know.
I like it. So we got a plan.
All right, Marty, it sounds like Jeff and Junior need to check their calendars because they are headed to the ring with these WWE superstars.
I love it, Kim. My first-round draft pick, though, is Brad Gardner.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You know, I think
exactly
Brad's
right.
got our back there. Hey, don't miss Bianca and Montez on WWE Raw tomorrow and every Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern on USA. Also, be sure to tune in and see Nikki Bella on the new series, Barmageddon, starting soon on USA. Rumor has it Jimmy Johnson will be on Barmageddon later this year as well. I think.
Wow.
Yeah, check that out. I think they had a good time here.
Yes.
Let's hear from some drivers who will be contenders today, no doubt, starting with Dave Burns and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And that is certainly going to be the case today because this kind of racing, Marty, is in Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s wheelhouse, but not yet in the playoffs. What kind of an opportunity does this represent?
I like not yet. We still got to run this race at Atlanta. I feel really good. You know, the last time we were here, I felt like dominant car, and my guys, you know, have that same confidence that our Kroger Ballpark Buns Chevrolet is going to be just as good as it was when we were here in March. Hotter temperatures, slicker racetrack, it all seems fun to me. So I'm ready to get the race going. Hopefully we get it all with the sunshine out and the hot temperatures. I say that now. We'll see what I say a little bit later, but I feel really good about it.
Keep your eye on the 47 today. Kim?
Dave, Chase Elliott rocking the stash. He'll lead the field to green here this afternoon, but we know track position is key. So what's going to be the biggest challenge to keeping it out front today?
I think just trying to set yourself up for that last stop is always a really big deal. Great to be home, home state here, home track, and it's always exciting. Napa's an Atlanta company as well, so always special to race here, and hopefully we can have a good result. Hadn't been a best track for us, so yeah, I think if we just stay out of trouble, be on the lead lap, and position yourself in a good spot for that last pit stop, can give you more opportunities. So that's where our head's at, and we'll see how it goes.
Chase looking to bring it home in his home state, Dave.
Kim, the driver who got it all right in March was William Byron. William, I'm wondering today, how differently will this race be won?
You know, I think it's going to be a lot different. I don't know how much to take from the Xfinity race to really apply because those guys seem to have less downforce and a little bit less drag. But it'll be interesting. I don't know if it'll. I definitely don't think the same thing that won in the spring will win today. I think it'll take different tactics and different approach on my end, and probably a little bit different approach on the car. So hopefully we hit those things right, and if not, in the first stage we can work on it and get ourselves in a position to try to win another race. So that'd be awesome. Be really cool to win here again.
Marty, you can bet William in the 2014, they've got a plan. Just try to make it 2 for 2.
Appreciate that, Dave. Okay, time for On the Clock. You guys get 20 seconds.
Yep.
to
20
talk about a driver driver who may have caught your eye. And Brad, we'll start with you and a driver who always seems to be out front.
Yes.
Super speedway type races, Joey Logano.
No, he's out front the super speedways, but I'm going to tell you why he can win this race today. I think these cars are going to be planted better than we think with this bigger spoiler. I think you're going to have to push them. And when you push them, you're going to get towards the edge. I'm looking for a gritty driver today. And when I think of gritty, tough, and talented, I think of Joey Logano. He can do it on any surface. Watch out for Joey Logano today.
You're exactly right. A gritty driver, Daniel Suarez. That's who I'm going to go with. Top five in two of the last 3 races, including that gritty win at Sonoma, and 4th here in March. When you look at it, here's the guy. He's put himself in position. Trackhouse has put himself in position. All I have to say is, Daniel's amigos, here we go, baby. Right to victory lane.
I love it. And for me, thinking about Eric Jones, he comes to mind at a place like this. It's going to be hot later on today. And I say, you're going to have to push these race cars. It'll get a little slippery. I think of Eric Jones when I go to super speedways and getting out there and driving that race car on the edge. I think Eric Jones is going to have a really big day today. That 43 is going to shine.
Well, speaking of the 43, when we come back, hard to believe it was 30 years ago, but one of the most special days in NASCAR history happened right here at Atlanta Motor Speedway 3 decades ago. Up next, the King, Richard Petty, and Jeff Gordon discuss Atlanta 1992.
I knew it was Richard's final year, and I knew every weekend, you know, they were celebrating you, yes, and it was a big deal. But I had no idea what that one day, that one race was going to be like in Atlanta. I was just more of, I'm scared to death.
The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free. Thursday Night Thunder, man, has produced some superstars, hasn't it? The guys you have seen, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, William Byron, all raced here on Thursday Night Thunder on the quarter mile. You want to catch it if you are here in Atlanta. Hey, 30 years ago here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, it was a magical championship day, an intense battle between Davey Allison, Alan Kulwicki, and Bill Elliott. A fresh young Kyle Petty, as you saw him there, wound up with Kulwicki winning the title. But it was the other story that day. The last race for the King, Richard Petty, and the first race for Boy Wonder. Yes, Jeff Gordon, that was the undercard. Love the stash, by the way, coming up here on Jeff Gordon. Here's the story behind that story as Kyle Petty sat down with his dad and Jeff Gordon to dive deeper into one of the most storied days in NASCAR history.
Well, I think it's fantastic that Jeff Gordon is running his first race when Richard Petty is running his last race.
What do you remember about that race?
It wasn't long. I remember that. And what I remember about the Cup cars in particular is how free you had to start the cars on a full load of fuel. Well, I didn't make it that far.
We was running back there with Darrell, and I don't know if I messed up or they messed up. Anyhow, I got in a wreck, and this thing caught on fire. So I drove down to the first corner, and there was a fire truck sitting there. So I just pulled up beside the fire truck. The guy got out of the fire truck, come over and want my autograph. Oh, my God.
For the final time, the King, Richard Petty, will say goodbye. And there aren't many dry eyes down here.
Because of Richard's final race, Richard did something neat for everybody that was a part of that event. He gave out these money clips, if you remember, and they had your starting position.
There wasn't no money in them.
No money, but you were giving me hope. And so it says on the back here, thanks for the memories. Richard Petty, Jeff Gordon, 21st.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then when he ran his last race, we was at Homestead.
Yes.
And I got up in the back of the truck with him. So I give him $93.
One for every one of your wins.
And I said, if you win the race, I'll give you another $1.
You know how bad I wanted that dollar? I wanted that dollar so bad.
I kept my dollar.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
The only thing I remember about Jeff, I seen some kid walking around over there and had a little mustache. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. And 21 years old, and he was trying to look like he was, 30. And he really looked like he was about 16. But and I don't know, why did you do that?
Listen, it goes way back. So I wasn't old enough to even get in the garage or in the sprint car races. I could grow a mustache pretty early on, obviously not a very good one. You should have come over to me and say, hey, I don't know what kind of career you're going to have, but I can help you with your look if you want.
Let me tell you, it was a huge honor to sit down with my dad and Jeff Gordon and to listen to two racers talk. Not just two racers, two incredible racers, and to talk about that day. And I don't think either one of them, Jeff realized it was his first race. My dad was I don't think he realized the enormity of the emotion of it being his last race until, like he said, he crawled up in the truck and cried with my mom and my sisters. But when you look back, that race changed this sport. Arguably the last owner-driver, Alan Kowicki, the last true owner-driver, wins a championship. He and Davey Allison are gone from the sport in a very short 8 months. The sport heads in a different direction with Rick Hendrick as owners of that type owners, with Jeff Gordon and where he's taken the sport. So it's such a monumental day and historic day. You didn't see it at that moment when I was in that race, and you're out there beating your head against the wall trying to beat Bill Elliott and Davey Allison and Harry Gant and those guys. But in hindsight, it may be one of the largest moments in this sport when you pinpoint one single race. And I say I was blessed to race with Richard Petty and race with Jeff Gordon, and more blessed to be able to sit down and talk to him because it was a huge, huge honor for me.
It was one of those days on the day where when you were here, you felt
Yes,
the magic
you did.
in the air before
Definitely
the race
did.
even started. I have a real question for you, Brad. Is Chase Elliott trying to bring back the Jeff Gordon stash?
Man,
I love it, by the way.
Chase Elliott's mustache is 3 times denser than Jeff Gordon's ever was. So
if he wins, he cannot shave it, correct?
There's no way. That's bad luck.
I got the story on that mustache, and I'm going to give it to
please,
you
tell
later.
us.
No,
No.
I'm going to give it to you later. I'll give it to you
us
later.
now. Why can't
No,
you
no, no, later.
All right.
Later.
Oh,
Later.
All right, fine. I have a feeling I know who Kyle Petty's going to pick to win the race, maybe. He's going to talk about Chase Elliott coming up here in a bit. Well, when it comes to things on the track this year, it has been a strange season for Kyle Busch and the 18 team, no doubt about it, filled with ups and downs.
Traffic stays to the bottom. Who's going to save it? Neither one. And Kyle Busch is going to win barely. Steals one. Oh, Brad Keselowski. Big time damage on the left front. That car is done. Kyle's car has stopped at the entrance to the garage area. Apparently that's as far as it's going.
Green and white checkered flag in the air, and Kyle Busch picks up the Stage 1 win, his first stage win of the season.
So that is the on-track part, but the off-track part is starting to get bigger and bigger in terms of the headline. Kyle Busch unsigned for 2023. David Wilson, the president of TRD, told our Nate Ryan a few weeks ago he felt like Kyle was driving for his career. So Kyle Petty, as a driver, do you feel like that's the case? Is that what you see from Kyle Busch this year?
No. Do I see him driving for his career? He's a 60-time Cup winner.
I know.
Show me another 60-time Cup winner his age driving for his career. Anybody down this pit road would more than likely kick their driver out to take a driver like this. He's in a different place this year. The Toyotas aren't as strong as they need to be, so I don't think he's driving for his career. And listen, you're not auditioning at this stage either. Everybody knows what you get when you get Kyle Busch. I think the right things have to come together at the right time to make that happen for him at this given time. And all drivers are put in that position. Sure. Basketball players are. At a certain point in time, your career takes a different direction. Kyle Busch's career may take a different direction. With Kyle Busch behind the wheel, it'll be a positive direction no matter what.
So, Brad, Dave Alpern, the president of Joe Gibbs Racing, expressed some optimism on Thursday. They'll get a deal done. Kyle Busch said yesterday nothing's close to being signed. So you're an owner. You understand this dynamic and how it works. Why can't they get this deal done?
You know, I think it's just the timing of things. The sport is evolving to a different level, and I think it's difficult to go out and demand those tremendous dollars just as an individual to put behind one person. I think you have to go in, you have to do all these activation programs now. Your marketing department has to be up running on all different cylinders, bringing monies in from different areas. Look, Kyle Busch, we all know, he's a mercurial talent, no doubt about it. He's a generational talent. He is absolutely phenomenal. But I do think this whole thing hanging over his head has affected the way he drives this race car. Now, if the Toyota's been off, absolutely. But Kyle Busch has always been able to overcome. The lack of practice during the pandemic hurt him. And I think this contract situation has got him just a little bit off his game.
So I'm going to bring Steve Letard in this conversation from the booth. Steve, from the crew chief side, I mean, when you have a free agent of this magnitude, I mean, arguably the largest free agent in NASCAR in the last decade or so, how does that distract from the race team?
Well, Marty, one big issue that people are going to not talk about is it's going to hurt for years to come, even if you bring Kyle Busch back. You know, these teams are ever evolving, and when you're going to go try to get talent, whether it's an engineer, a tire changer, so much has been made about pit crews, you want to know who the man is behind the wheel. And if Kyle Busch is the guy, that's going to give me, the crew chief, a little bit more playing power in the free agent market to bring in more talent into this team, because we know Kyle Busch is talented. Kyle Petty mentioned it, 60 race wins. The question is, what do you need in 2022 and beyond? 5 first-time winners. No driver has won more than 2 races. You heard the business model that Brad spoke of. So it's not a question of if Kyle Busch is good enough. He is. The question is he good enough for Joe Gibbs Racing to get to an uncomfortable spot on the finances, or will they just agree to disagree? You would hate to see that, but sometimes the business of sports overcomes the other side of sports. Plus, I'm a Tom Brady fan. I didn't want him to leave New England, but it was time to go. And I think when you look at Kyle Busch, he had to leave Hendrick Motorsports, and this may be the time that he has to move on from Joe Gibbs Racing.
So let's go on. Thank you, Steve, with what Dave Alpern said, that they think they're going to get a deal done. I just can't imagine Kyle not in a Toyota. But how does this team move forward this year, Brad? How do they, because they're still a championship contender,
Yeah, sure.
how do they focus and move forward and get back to that position?
Well, we can talk about it all we want, but the reality of it is, I don't know if they can. This situation has to be resolved. This is a huge decision and opportunity, or whatever you want to call it, for Kyle, for Joe Gibbs, those guys. But something has to be decided. Until that happens, it's always going to be hanging over, and it's hard to move past this.
Yeah.
You're talking about your future. You're talking about what you're going to do next year for the company and for Kyle Busch. That has to be determined now as well if this isn't going to work out. Too hard to overcome.
Yeah, listen, and those are all great points, because we know how hard it is. I know how hard it is as a driver to focus on driving the race car when you try to run a business or you have personal issues or things are going on in your life. When you don't know where you're going to be next year, that's a big deal. That's a big deal as a driver.
Yeah.
When I got let go a couple of times and I had 3 or 4 races to go, or 6 or 7 races, it's a big deal. That's in your mind. And you are doing things out there. You're pushing it. You're doing different things. But again, Kyle Busch, and I think you used the word opportunity. This can be an opportunity for Kyle Busch, and it can be an opportunity for Joe Gibbs Racing, to move forward.
Well, the one thing for sure, this headline is not going away anytime soon. Up next, we'll hear from some drivers below the cut line who could turn the playoff picture upside down with a win. Plus, buy, sell, hold. Who's a legit contender to win today? Find out next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Sonic Grilled Cheese Double Burger, for a limited time only at Sonic. Closing in quickly on the green flag, what do we expect today? Chaos, just like we saw for the Cup Series
Yes,
here
sir.
in March.
Atlanta! Y'all ready? William Byron leading him back to the stripe. William Byron will hang on and win at Atlanta Motor Speedway in dramatic fashion.
Other than that, Brad, it was a pretty calm race here in March.
Absolutely.
It was just
Yeah.
really calm. We check out the bubble standings right now. Kevin Harvick below the cut line for the second time this year, and you see some big names down there. Guys, anything stand out to you from that? I mean, I see a lot of guys who can run very well at super speedways is what I see, Kyle.
Yeah, all those guys. Listen, every one of those guys could win at a place like this, and that totally changes the bubble. We keep talking points. In a time when everybody keeps winning races, we still talk points, and I'm not sure that points are going to be enough to get you forward this year.
And Brad, remember that young man right there, Christopher Bell, came to the line second at the checkered flag here in March, but was penalized, and I think he finished like 26 or something because he went below the double yellow
You're right.
line.
He's had some great opportunities. I'm looking at those guys right below the line. I'm looking at their cars. I'm trying to find out. You need Tums or Malox as your sponsor.
That's for sure.
Like the heartburn term we had a few years ago, right? Yeah, exactly right. So let's hear from a few of the drivers who we think might be a factor this afternoon, starting with Kim Kuhn and Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, Marty, and Bubba's one of those drivers we typically see up front when it comes to super speedway style racing, but this is kind of a hybrid track. So your expectation on what we'll see here today?
We were really strong the last race here. I keep wanting to say last race here. And so we're just going to build off that and get our Leidos Toyota Camry up to the front where she belongs and just kind of settle in. We come to these races and I tend to not try to come up with a game plan because those never work out. We just do what we do. Freddie does a great job on top of the roof, and we seem to find our spot there at the end of the races to capitalize. And so we need to win. We got to win, and so looking forward to that today.
You've had a frustrating season, but you recently said it's passion that's fueling that frustration. So how do you channel that passion here today for success on the racetrack?
Yeah, I mean, it's checks and balances. You gotta come into these races with a cool head and a level set mind and just go out and compete and do the best that you can and not let it affect you and get to you too much. So everybody has their mistakes and their moments, and you learn from it and grow from it. So excited about our chances today. Woke up feeling good. I got some family here, and so it's fun. It's good to be here in Atlanta and under the heat. Maybe a little bit of rain later, but either way, we'll be ready to win.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Level-headedness, Dave, is the key to racing here at this speedway.
Kim, Brad wondered about the Maylock sponsorship. Harrison Burton has a trucking company on his Ford, so how about powering your way through these guys at the front?
That sounds great. We've got Freightliner on board this weekend. We're really excited for that. You know, last time we were here, I thought we had a pretty decent Ford Mustang. Just going to have to find a way to get through the field here and have to be really aggressive, I think, in this race to do that. So we'll see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of guys, including us, that are in a situation where we've got to go get a win to try and get in the postseason. So it's a good opportunity race for that, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of fireworks because of it.
How do you balance that, Harrison? Because you know you can't end up crashed like you were in March. It's important that you finish now, but a win would be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we've got to build momentum, and with the way we're running, you know, a win would be great. But at the end of the day, we have to build momentum to run better, run up front, to where if we do get the postseason off a win, then it would actually mean something, right? So it's all about foundation blocks for us. We've been building in the right direction the last few weeks, especially Gateway and Nashville were two pretty decent races for us. So I feel like we can build off of those and get faster and just show that we've got the speed we need.
Harrison will be in the blue 21 today. Kim?
Austin Dillon starts from the 26th position because we didn't get qualifying in yesterday. So how will that affect your strategy, especially during the first stage?
Man, for us today, it's all about faith. We're going to go from the drop of the green flag, try and get our track position early, learn as much as I can in this first stage about what we need to do as far as the movements we make in the field. And hopefully we get to the front and we can do what our teammate Austin Hill did yesterday in the Xfinity race, kind of control the race. So we're going to be really aggressive. I mean, we have nothing else to lose, and we're going to race every lap.
Speaking of that win yesterday by Austin Hill, and then you had Tyler Reddick winning last weekend, what does that momentum at RCR do for you as a driver?
Well, I mean, I think it's confidence for our whole building. And then I know that I've got a bunch of people back at the shop hungry to get this 3-team locked in the playoffs. So just the confidence is high as an organization, and really proud to be driving this number 3 car and have Bass Pro Shops on the hood. And hopefully we get Johnny Morris to victory lane today.
Well, Marty, sounds like they have momentum on their side. The camera didn't catch it either, but I got a high five from his son Ace.
I was going to say maybe Ace can be the good luck charm for Austin today. I mean, Bo was for Tyler last week.
That's
maybe
right.
Ace can hopefully stay awake for victory lane.
Partied out.
Hey, KP, you want some proof that the playoff picture can flip completely upside down today? So this is the best average finish this year. Daytona, Atlanta, and Talladega. I mean, check that out. 6 of those drivers on that list have 0 wins this year.
Yeah, but and look at Michael McDowell. Look at Corey LaJoie. Look at Eric Almirola. Look at these guys. They run consistently in the top 8 or 10, and that's all. You just got to get a look at a win, and you can get one.
Yeah, I'm telling you, any one of these guys, if they can just get it to the end of the day and not have any mistakes or issues, they got a shot, and that is unbelievable.
I mean, Corey LaJoie, look at that. I mean, that would talk about flipping the playoff picture upside down.
So you're saying
guys,
I got
time for buy, sell, hold. Today's topic. So do these drivers have the super speedway chops, meaning the talent, the car, and all that to be able to win today? KP, we'll start with you and Christopher Bell.
Bye. Listen, I'm buying everybody down here, so I'm going to go ahead and spoil. Listen, this is a crazy race. We've talked about it. We started out talking about anything could happen. Christopher Bell has won at Daytona. He knows how to run up front. He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he needs to do on every racetrack we go to, so I'm buying.
Brad, how about Chris Buescher?
I'm going to tell you what, Chris Buescher is quietly having maybe the best year of his career consistency-wise on road courses, at the super speedways, at the short tracks. I like Chris Buescher's chances, absolutely. I would not be shocked to see that 17 in victory lane.
Kyle, we just mentioned that Corey LaJoie could upset the playoff picture. Brad Keselowski could do the same thing, couldn't he?
Brad K, buy. Listen, I'm not buying him at Martinsville, but I'm buying him here at Atlanta. I'm going to tell you, hey, listen, we know from his very first win at Talladega, when he went for the win and put Carl Edwards on his roof down the front stretch, we know he's willing to do whatever it takes to win at a racetrack. And to win at a super speedway would not be out of the question for this guy.
Brad, it's hard to think that this could be one of the best opportunities for Kevin Harvick left this year, but it probably is.
You know, that's incredible to even say. This is a guy that used to own this racetrack. So is there a buy opportunity for Kevin Harvick? Absolutely. One of the most talented guys to ever hold the wheel. All they need to do is find a little bit of magic, and they can put Happy Harvick back in victory lane.
I wonder if Harvick made the points bet odds today in that graphic. You think he might have made the top 10 in that? You know, I don't know. Let's find out. Let's check out the points bets for today and see who is the favorite for this afternoon. I wonder if it's Chase Elliott.
Got to have Harvick in there.
Ryan Blaney.
Oh, look at that.
Ryan Blaney.
They know
Harvick
something.
didn't even make it. Wow. I thought Harvick would be pretty good there. So there you go. Ryan Blaney, the favorite this afternoon. Hard to disagree with that.
Yep.
You know? And he's also focused on trying to win this championship in the regular season as well, which come with it a lot of bonus points. So he's focused on trying to beat the guy on your screen right now, Chase Elliott. So time to get our race-winning picks, and I want to know who you have and why. And I think it's a very difficult prospect to make a pick today. So here's what the booth guys picked. Ross Chastain for Dale Jr. I like that pick. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah. Blaney, there you go. And then William Byron for Steve. So, Brad, who do you have?
Well, I'm going to take Denny Hamlin, and I'll tell you why.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. I'm telling you, I am not sold on this thing being a mini Daytona type race. I think it's going to be a little bit of grip's going to have the race car will have early on, but I think you're going to push it to the edge to where it's a gritty type of race. And I like a Denny Hamlin when the car's a little loose and you got to go find some grip after you've passed it. I think Denny Hamlin's a guy that can win.
I am all about this playoff picture turning upside down. I'm going to go Brad Keselowski. I mean, he's terrific at drafting, so I'm going to go with him. Kyle, who you got?
I'm going to go with a little bit of Georgia peach fuzz right here. A little bit of Georgia peaches. I'm going with my man. Oh my God! I'm
Chase
going with Chase Elliott. I forgot right there. And the mustache is a nod to Top Gun, baby, to Top Gun. A little bit of Georgia peaches here.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I told you. I found it out this morning. I found it out this morning.
How are the peaches, by the way? Are those O. Henry peaches, Kyle? Chase Elliott, Kyle says, is going to be tasting those peaches in victory lane today. We'll see on the other side, the booth guys, as we get closer to racing in Atlanta.
Atlanta has been instrumental in the growth of NASCAR since the 1950s, but so much has changed over the past 7 decades. Hi, I'm Rick Allen. There may be a lot of history with NASCAR in Atlanta, but what we are about to see today has surprised everyone. Pack racing on a 1.5-mile track. A season of unpredictability continues. 13 different drivers have already won this year, including 5 first-time winners. That has a lot of veteran racers nervous about even making the playoffs this season. Let's bring in our drivers, Jeff Burton and Dale Jr. All right, guys, this track has given us more questions, it seems, than answers.
Yeah, we think we might see pack racing today, but we didn't see it yesterday in the Xfinity Series. So when you talk to the drivers, they don't really know what to expect when they go into this race, Jeff. And we also got to think about what they saw in the race here early this year. A lot of problems, especially with the lead car. Guys having a ton of tire issues and crashing.
Drivers, Jeff Burton and Dale Jr. All right, guys, this track has given us more questions, it seems, than answers.
Yeah, we think we might see pack racing today, but we didn't see it yesterday in the Xfinity Series. So when you talk to the drivers, they don't really know what to expect when they go into this race, Jeff. And we also got to think about what they saw in the race here early this year. A lot of problems, especially with the lead car. Guys having a ton of tire issues and crashing out of the front.
And there were a ton of tire issues, made some drivers and teams wonder if being in the front is really where you want to be because it puts a little more force on that car. But outside of tire problems, in order to win this race, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to push the issue. You heard Austin Dillon saying, hey, I'm going to do whatever I got to do. He's a guy to keep my eye on. But I got to tell you, his teammate, Tyler Reddick, they popped the top off the bottle last week. There's a ton of wins coming for that guy, and he'll be a factor today.
Yeah, I'm looking at Ross Chastain. I think he's got what it takes to be great at super speedways. Takes a lot of risks. So it's going to be interesting to see him go out there and duel today. But also, think about the guys that need to win today. Brad Keselowski, Rick Stenhouse. Brad Keselowski, how risky will he be, Rick?
Well, we know that they've got to take risks when they come to Atlanta, and we bring in our crew chief, Steve Letarte. All right, Steve, strategy always comes into play when you go to a super speedway, but is Atlanta actually a super speedway?
Well, it's the smallest super speedway, if you can believe it. Listen, what helps at Daytona and Talladega is years of practice. You know what the field is going to look like. You know where you can attack from, whether that's 10th, 20th, 30th, where you need to be and when you need to be there. No one knows this week. What I will tell you, what I learned in the spring, is this place is like Atlanta rush hour. Too wide and nowhere to go. So if I'm a crew chief on a pit box, I am calling this thing as aggressive as possible. Get my guy up front. Now it's up to him to hold that track position.
Choose rule coming into play as well?
Just don't hit the box. Pick up or down, just no penalty, Rick.
No penalty when we get ready for the start of the race. It's time for pre-race ceremonies. Let's go trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Upson Lee High School Navy ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Director of Chaplain Services of Henry County, Georgia Sheriff's Office, Tamarlin T. Carter.
Eternal God, our Father, we come now to say thank you for our gathering together here in Henry County, Georgia. Lord, the place we like to call God's country. We ask your choice blessings be upon the drivers, the fans, the families, the crew, and our military personnel. And lastly, God, we thank you for the sacrifice of our law enforcement and first responders across these United States. Now, God, do for us what we cannot do for ourselves and unite us on these United States. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome country music entertainer, Georgia native, and Grand Ole Opry member, Mark Wills.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Overcast day, but 400 miles, 260 laps in front of us for the Cup Series here at Atlanta.
I was just a young ambassador on my mama's knee. She said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, one for the money, to another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
It's the NASCAR Cup Series from Atlanta, the Quaker State 400. Will we see records broken again, like in the spring here at the newly reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway? A lot of drivers trying to win their way into the playoffs. For more on those, let's start with Dave Burns.
Well, and Rick, Kevin Harvick has broken all kinds of records here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. 9 wins in NASCAR's 3 National Series. But right now he's on the outside of the playoffs, looking in, looking for a way to get to the postseason. It could happen here today if they can just improve on that car that Kevin is coming to grips with week by week in 2022, Kim.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. is looking to check a lot of boxes here today. He's still looking for his first win in the 2022 season, but despite having 12 career wins at mile-and-a-half tracks, he is winless at Atlanta and has 0 wins when it comes to super speedway style tracks. His crew chief, James Small, told me that this style racing has plagued them, and today, Marty, it is going to be a tall task for this number 19 team.
Kim, Kyle Larson told me a moment ago, he said, normally on these super speedway type races, I'm not very aggressive, and I expect to be that way again today because I don't know what to expect at all. Cliff Daniels said earlier this week, our biggest goal is just to build some consistency on this 5 team, which we haven't had all year long. Coming off a nice 3rd place finish, they would love to get another top 5. On a day when nobody knows what to expect, let's get the engines cranked and all find out together.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the Senior Marketing Manager of Walmart for the Atlanta market, James Hartson.
NASCAR drivers, start your engines!
When you're ready.
The unknown, the unpredictability, all in front of these drivers and teams. What will it race like today? We're all going to find out. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Credit One Bank, a credit card company, Coca-Cola, and by Toyota. Let's go places.
We are certainly looking for a great show today here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
You're going to be on your feet a whole lot more than you're in your seat today.
It was mini Daytona.
Now trouble on the front stretch. Half a dozen cars sliding through the infield grass.
Intense, fast, high-paced, like a more old-school super speedway race. Just a fast-paced Talladega, but rougher.
Just how quick you had to process things and make decisions. It was one of the hardest races I think I've ever had to run in my career.
I summed it up as we now have 6 super speedway races on the schedule.
Exciting race, I thought. I mean, I had a lot of friends and folks around home that went down there and said it was the greatest thing ever.
William Byron leading him back to the stripe. William Byron will hang on and win at Atlanta Motor Speedway in dramatic fashion. Hell yeah, boys! Let's go!
Back in Atlanta, no qualifying yesterday. It means the field's set by the metrics. And in the first 5 rows, 4 first-time winners this year. Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric, and Daniel Suarez.
Chris Buescher and Mike McDowell make up row 6. McDowell having a career year, more top 10s than ever. Hopes to continue that excitement.
A little deeper in the field, you have Eric Almirola saying that this is his final year, but there's a little discussion about it might be not his final year.
Yeah, as we look at these rows right here, 16, 17, 18. Opportunity for everyone. It's the great equalizer here. The chaos is nerve-wracking for some, opportunity for others.
Anytime you come to Georgia and Atlanta Motor Speedway, probably the first thing you think about is the Elliott family. And Rutledge Wood and his City View are in Dawsonville, hometown of the Elliott family.
That's right, Rick, and we might not have NASCAR or Atlanta Motor Speedway without Dawsonville and historic Highway 9, because Raymond Parks and a lot of other drivers back in the 30s were running moonshine down Highway 9, and you could see the history because that's really what led to racing these stock cars once they were done running. And now here at Bill Elliott's Moonshine Distillery here in Dawsonville, you can come up, you can taste the history on your lips, but so much to see in this town that obviously loves these Elliott's and has such a rich history of racing, guys.
Thanks, Rut. Raymond Parks, one of the first owners, Hall of Famer. Raymond Parks, as we take a look at this newly reconfigured racetrack, Steve, kind of remind us what is happening with Atlanta and the track.
Well, there's a lot of history at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We saw champions crowned forever, but it's a new speedway for sure. The banking increase seems like 4 degrees shouldn't be a lot, but it is dramatic when you look at it, and it had to be narrowed to do that. So the corner's now 40 feet wide instead of 55 feet wide. That makes it like a speedway, so the double yellow yellow line rule is in effect. You have to stay on the racetrack. If you go below it here, it's white and red, but it's a double solid line. It's like down the highway. Don't cross the solid lines, Rick. And for that reason, a little reduced horsepower, down to 510, and that spoiler 7 inches tall. It's normally only 4, so it's gigantic. Guys, it's basically a plate track.
Yeah, this track's a lot bumpier than I thought it would be, too. You know, it's a repave, but it's got some character, as we would call it, Jeff. And I know you've been out there at about 170 mile an hour in the Toyota race car.
Yeah, track has some bumps. And, listen, yesterday's race got me a little nervous. You heard all of those drivers talking about Daytona, Talladega. The Xfinity race didn't look like that. It looked like cars sliding and slipping. If these guys didn't pay attention and make some changes, I'd be surprised. No one really knows what to expect.
All right, guys, before we get the green flag, let's get a few more updates from pit road. Dave.
Denny Hamlin's 2 wins in 2022 have him safely into the playoffs. But what about the Atlanta Motor Speedway? Well, his last win, his only win here, was nearly 10 years ago. And, of course, as we've talked about, the track has been highly reconfigured. They've got to work on what they had earlier this year. Did not finish the race well, but hope they can have that speed that get them forward from 16th starting position, Kim.
Well, Joey Logano seems to thrive when it comes to the challenge of new tracks and unique tracks, winning last year on Bristol Dirt and this year at the Coliseum and at Gateway. Crew Chief Paul Wolf told me earlier he attributes that to his team's and his drivers' adaptability. They finished 9th here earlier this season, and Marty, he said they have no reason to believe that they can't win here today.
As the team check pit road speed here, Ross Chastain, a moment ago I just chatted with him, and if there is a day tailor-made for Ross Chastain, this is it. Hot, slick racetrack where you have to be aggressive and stay up front in the draft. I asked Ross, I said, are you a little bit worried about the fact you guys had no practice laps and no qualifying laps to know what the car is going to be like? He said, honestly, I haven't sat in a car this year I didn't feel like could win a race, so I feel very comfortable with where we are. Ran very well in the spring. We expect Ross Chastain to be a serious contender for the win today, Rick.
Definitely. Ross Chastain, 2 wins already this season. One of the first-time winners. Steve, this car, though, has made a lot of difference this year in the way they race each racetrack.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the changes to the racetrack, but we also want to talk about the changes to the car. But to do that, we have to go to our Toyota virtual car and talk about aerodynamics and how the next-gen car itself operates each and every week. So if we take a look at the front, you see this front splitter, the yellow area. You see it's stepped. It's not flat like in years past. That's because they want the air to go under the car. Look how smooth the underneath of the car is. You want air underneath it because you need the air to go back here. The magic, the mix, the diffuser. The air has to go across this diffuser and stay very organized. So as we go to the back of the car, we're going to turn the air on here. Look how straight and clean it comes out through those vertical strakes of the diffuser. That's how downforce is made. So if we step on, we look, this is what the car looks like every week. A little bit of air underneath, you see the air under top. But here in Atlanta, to help that Speedway package, we are going to go from a little 4-inch spoiler to a big 7-inch spoiler. Dale Jr., it takes that air over the top of the car and makes a much bigger wake that has to help you draft, but you lose a little bit of downforce if following too closely.
That's right. So watch some of these guys maybe peek the right side or the left side of the car out when they're following another car to get a little bit of that downforce back, a little bit of that grip back. When they go through the corners, it's hot and slick today, they won't be able to follow right on their bumper comfortably. So to try to peek out a little bit, get a little downforce, that'll help them.
The best driving car will be able to. That's what you want. You want to be able to get right to that rear bumper of that car in front of you, give him a little push down the straightaway, and then stay close enough to him in the corner. To do that, your car's got to handle well, and that's the question. Whose car is going to drive well? Who can be aggressive, put their car where they want it to be whenever they want to be there, and who's going to have to be off of that gas pedal trying to keep from wrecking their race car?
Kim, Eric Jones is starting 25th today in this race.
Yeah, and he spent some extra time on pit road. That's because the setting for that rear view mirror camera was off. It was mirroring what was being seen. So cars on the left were being seen on the right. Absolutely something you do not want when you're super speedway style racing. So they got that mirror camera fixed, and he should be good to go for the race.
And some drivers, this is their biggest fear with using the digital mirror. Some of the guys still haven't got the confidence to even go to it yet, Jeff. They've got the old style mirror in the car, and this is exactly why. For the fear of getting in the car and that digital mirror not working at all. Kim.
And it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing on the radio, that it flipped back again. So that setting does not want to stay put with what he needs to use that rear view mirror camera. Now, he does have a rear view mirror, the actual mirror, as a backup, but we've heard from drivers that there's limited visibility with these cars and actually using the mirror, and Eric is one of those drivers that's relied on that camera, so it just flip-flops back and forth from the setting he needs to run this race.
So if you look at the traditional area up top, you can see he has that mirror. That's why it's in there in case the one on the bottom failed. So he still has that rear view mirror that he normally would have, but the problem is you do not have the visibility out of this car with that traditional mirror that you do with the digital.
Getting ready to come to green, it is Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain making up row one. We're racing in Georgia. And early on, the lower line surging ahead. Kyle Larson just behind the one of Ross Chastain. Chastain now, will he start blocking early, even on lap one?
Getting a lot of information from his spotter. Oh, the 5 car has to lift hard out of the gas. Really out of shape right there. It's still wiggling. Everybody checking up here behind him.
Cindric did a great job to keep from wrecking him. You did not see that in the spring race. When they dropped the green flag in the spring race, everybody ran wide open, no problem. First lap, already handling issues.
There will be a competition caution at lap 25 since they didn't have any practice, but what a wiggle out of Kyle Larson in the 5.
That was huge all the way through the corner, and you can still see he does not have the confidence to go to the throttle, and Cindric is stuck behind him in that 2 car, Marty.
And Kyle Larson just came on the radio when he got to the backstretch, and no doubt after he caught his breath as well and said, I am absolutely sideways, Steve. I was shocked when I walked through the garage area this morning, and all the crew chiefs saying, not worried about handling. I think they are now.
Well, for sure. I heard the same thing. Half said no issues, half said they were concerned, and I don't really believe either side of them, Rick, to be quite honest. I don't think they want to show their hand. And even some mentioned, you know, thunder showers in the area. If we get a delay and the lights go down, they're trying to kind of predict everything. We talked about it, the unknown. What do we know as race car drivers and crew chiefs? Past history, we have very little here on this racetrack.
Ross Chastain's back in front. Chase Elliott had led up front for 1 lap.
And you see Tyler Reddick moving around, trying to get clean air, trying to create a run off the nose of the 9 car. Big push from the 9 to the 12 down the back straightaway to the outside of Reddick. Let's listen to the 1 car audio.
Oh, it's loose. It's going to be terrible in dirty air.
So he does not want to get past, talking about how terrible he's going to be in dirty air. He's going to be very careful to block every move.
Chase Elliott back up to 2nd now as Tyler Reddick drops back to 3rd, fighting for that 3rd spot with Ryan Blaney.
Look at Denny Hamlin, that red and white Coca-Cola car this week. He went to the bottom, and he was rolling on the bottom. But now on the back straightaway, they've teamed up on him. Check it out with the Coke cam. Look at him on the bottom. Never having to lift. You can hear he's wide open to the throttle, making space in front of him. But now on the outside, they team up, and now they're going back by him.
Chase Briscoe in the 14, trying to make a pass on that high side. He'll fall back, but still on the back bumper of the Ally 48 of Alex Bowman.
Chase trying to run that bottom groove, a little shorter distance. Going to get another push. Oh, no, the 12 goes to the inside for 2nd place. Big run from Blaney down into turn 1.
Look at him lose the car, though.
Here comes the 8 of Reddick on the inside.
Reddick tries to use that momentum as well. The fight for 2nd is on. Reddick's got it. But can he give Ross Chastain a battle here for that lead?
Reddick right there on the quarter. He's there. He's got a little side draft there. Draws that 1 car back. Can he clear him for the lead? Ross Chastain side drafts down the back straightaway. Side by side for 3 rows.
Chastain already worried about the dirty air if he has a car in front of him, not wanting to relinquish the lead. Reddick, though, the preferred line down on the bottom, it had a little bit of momentum, now losing a little bit of that.
What a race up front. Early in this race, man, these guys are going after it. So fun to watch.
Still side by side, down the backstretch. Chastain in the 1. That red, white, and blue paint scheme for Chastain this week. Tyler Reddick in the green, number 8 on the inside.
Really no big runs. The 14 had to lift a little bit there. He's going to get a little push from Denny. That could come up here and help the 8 car. Right now, nobody's got any significant runs to be able to separate themselves. There's subtle side drafts here and there. Oh, the 14 has to lift again. They're 3 wide.
in a 40-foot corner, 3 wide.
I'm impressed by what Denny's able to do. Run right up behind these guys. He's not lifting, like you mentioned, around the corner on the bottom. Let's listen to the 9 audio.
I'm sideways. Absolutely sideways. Sheer in the back. Feels like it's propped up on the right rear. Can't turn the steering wheel.
I am surprised to hear these drivers talk about the balance out of the track. But yeah, what we're watching on the screen doesn't look like it.
Yeah, inside that race car, obviously they have the hands full. Here you go, Denny Hamlin again, trying to get a run on the bottom. His car's driving so well, but everybody likes that outside on the straight, and it's hard for him to clear these guys. Denny clearly has a good driving car. Look at his throttle. Able to stay in the gas, but here they come on the outside again. There's just so much momentum, a draft. Hamlin has yet to lift in 1 and 2. It's a great sign. Now he's got a little hole he can pop into. Decides not to.
I think things are calming down a little bit. Seems like
this is calm.
I think they're spreading out just a little bit. It seems like the heat in the tires and the handling of the car getting a little bit worse, allowing these guys to get a little bit of space between them. We were 2 by 2 by 2, so now at least they single filed out a little bit.
Briscoe putting it 3 wide right in the middle between Hamlin and Chase Elliott. But out front, it's Ross Chastain.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on USA.
A smiling Denny Hamlin, probably smiling inside the helmet right now as well. Looks to be the best handling car on the racetrack right now, fighting for that second spot with Ryan Blaney.
So when I watch these 2 cars right here, Rick, we were talking during break, it's really the question of how fast do you want to be versus how good do you want it to drive. There's no question in my mind the 11 is the best driving car on the racetrack at the moment. I say that because Chastain hasn't gotten dirty air. Now, if he goes back there, maybe his is good or bad. We don't know. He's been the leader. The leader's going to drive great. A lot of air in his car. But Denny Hamlin can run right on the bottom and keep wide open. That's put him in a good position. But, Junior, the question now is if he gets the lead with all that drag, can he keep it?
Yeah, I think he's got an amazing race car, and as long as he, you know, these guys can't wait to get this comp yellow to be able to tighten up some of these cars, and that might even things out a little bit with Denny, but right now he looks like he's the most comfortable driver out there. Look at the hands. Not moving the steering wheel at all.
It's a Sunday drive for Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, there's only a few cars, I bet, that are that comfortable right now, as we've heard over the radio, many drivers complaining about being super, super loose.
I can't do it, Rick, but it looks like I could.
You know,
Dave.
So I asked Chris Gabehart, the crew chief on that red and white Toyota for Denny Hamlin this morning. I said, so did you change much from the March race? He goes, well, you know, I can't tell you exactly what we did, but we gave him the best driving, fastest race car that we could. Well, I have to say that worked very well as Hamlin has gone from 16th to 2nd, Kim.
Well, Dave, I asked crew chief Greg Ives for Alex Bowman the same question. What did they bring in the spring? What did they change? They trimmed out the car in the spring, and they quickly realized they needed better handling to allow Alex to make moves, so they focused this time on downforce. He's still currently pretty loose, so they have to be happy they made those changes. He's currently running in the 6th position, Marty.
Kim, why not make it a hat trick? I asked Rudy Fugle the same exact question about William Byron. They won the race here in the spring. He said, we're pretty much exactly like we were in the spring, applied a few handling things, and he is the only driver, Steve, I've heard say, my car's driving pretty good. A little bit free, but pretty happy with it.
There's a couple drivers that are saying the exact opposite. Guys who started up toward the front and now are way in the back. Larson, one of them, back in 23, and a big move for the lead up top. Denny Hamlin finally able to get to the outside of the 1.
I think now they're going to line up with Denny on the outside, trying to push him by that 1 car, Ross Chastain. And now Chastain is not, you heard him say, I don't want to lose the lead. I'm already loose. I'm going to be terrible in traffic. But honestly, I think that's the best thing that could happen for Chastain, Steve, because now he's learning what his car will do, not in the lead.
And we also get to learn what this 11 car can do in the lead, because he got so much downforce and comfort in that car that they'll just go right back by him now that and it looks pretty good right here. Comp yellow's coming, and it can't come fast enough for Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric, who's 36th on the field. Big run from the 12. He goes to the outside here from help from his buddy Chase Elliott.
Now they're going to hang out the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Doesn't have anybody pushing from behind. Ross Chastain's coming. But can it be the 12 of Ryan Blaney who leads here in Atlanta?
Ross hops in that outside line. It's going for it down into turn 3. Everybody's on the train. Reddick, Ross to the inside. Side by side for second. I like that. Ross had a run. He took it. See if it works out for him. He's going to get some help from this 11 car right here down into turn 1.
We know the competition caution NASCAR has told the drivers and teams around lap 25. We're on lap 25 now.
You can see that one car dancing a little bit, just moving around. Chase with a run. Man, these guys might be having some fun out here, Jeff.
Yeah, I got a big run.
Oh, the one.
Oh, the one's
out of
in
the
trouble.
track. Oh, contact.
Well, you knew Denny Hamlin wasn't going to cut Ross Chastain any slack after the year they've had together and the run-ins at St. Louis.
My goodness.
Look what it's done to Ross. Now he's 3 wide. He talked about not wanting to be in traffic. Well, that's the worst case.
Everybody decided in that moment Ross wasn't going to lift. The caution's out for the competition yellow.
Oh, take a breath. Take a breath. Look at this. Yeah, Denny right there on that left rear quarter panel.
It's up the racetrack. Denny, you said it, Steve. He's not going to cut Ross Chastain any slack whatsoever. Oh, that's a risky move, though. If you get that one car and he turns sideways, he is wrecking right in front of you, taking you with him.
I mean, Denny Hamlin has a list. He's got a list of drivers that he said, hey, if at any given point in time this season, I'm going to repay what they've done to me up to this point.
Well, and Rick, makes it. I know that's what you do, like when you're sitting at a red light or in traffic, you get close to that guy's bumper. That's like 175 miles an hour in the middle of the corner. It's only 40 feet wide. You get a big wiggle, it's going to sting. It's going to hurt. That outside wall is not very far away.
Under competition caution, you can check out NASCAR Drive. It's your live race day companion. You get access to high-definition in-car cameras. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app. As we look down on this, again, 1.5 miles, what is now racing like a super speedway, we get this beautiful view of Atlanta Motor Speedway, courtesy of Geico.
A couple things of note here, Rick. 36 cars on the lead lap. That's going to be a very, very busy pit road. And I don't expect everybody to take 4 tires. So people are going to be leaving and coming at very odd times. Going to have to be great communication from the crew chief to the driver to not have an accident. And now my eyes are going to be peeled for the 5 of Kyle Larson, who's in 23rd, and Austin Cindric in 36th. What are wrong with these race cars? How big of adjustments can they possibly be making?
The pace cam.
There you go. Some teams decide.
Some guys will stay out. Yep.
Yeah.
Like Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, the first onto pit road. Dave.
And Tyler Reddick called his Chevrolet close, but a little bit edgy in the back of the race car. So you can see he'll come to pit road here, get at least 2 Goodyear tires, and fill it full of Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Very interesting conversation between Alan Gustafson and Chase Elliott. He said he felt actually his car got better as the temps came up on their tires. See 2 tires on the right side there for Ross Chastain, and a quick stop for those guys of those who pitted, by the way. Tyler Reddick comes off pit road first, and yes, Kyle Larson desperately wanted a pit stop. See a car backing up there to tighten the lug nut as well, a wheel nut. And so the 5 here going to check underneath the car. Kyle Larson saying his car was extremely loose there and fell back. We'll follow up more on the Kyle Larson situation as well.
We saw it at the very start of the race when Kyle Larson was fighting to stay pointed the right direction. Even on lap 1, it got crazy. But that's just Atlanta now. Time now for the Toyota 2-seater, and this week Jeff Burton got to ride with WWE superstars Bianca Belair and Montez Ford.
All right, so we got the track to ourselves. Let's go. Whoa! Go, go, go! We gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta go to Texas! This is like the best roller coaster ever! I want the trophy! When you say NASCAR, you can't say NASCAR without Jeff B.
Don't miss WWE Raw every Monday night on USA. And what an enjoyable ride. And it was funny because Montez in the pre-race show said that was the greatest adrenaline rush he's ever had. And you think about that, that's pretty impressive for a guy in WWE.
Oh, they were fired up. They wanted to go faster. We were going fast. It wasn't a slow ride, but enough that we wanted more. They were so much fun, so much energy. I'm not going to get in the ring. Get in my car, but I
think it'd be great.
No, that's not what I heard. I heard some sort of tag team with both you drivers involved. That's the rumor.
It sounds like they've asked Jeff to do that, and the plans are in the works. And
Junior, your name was mentioned too, buddy.
I'm all right with getting body slammed. I'm good.
By Burton?
No.
Okay.
Penalty for the 19 of Truex. You see, too fast. He had to go to the back. 23 had a little trouble getting into his stall, so some movers and shakers, and the top 9 or 10, Rick, didn't even come to pit road. We'll see how that pays off.
Yeah, a lot of penalties, a lot of issues on pit road as we go back to green. Elliott on the outside and Ryan Blaney on the inside. Elliott getting a little bit of a shove here early, and he'll clear that inside line.
One thing to remember, guys, you can choose today. Normally on super speedways there is no choose rule, but you can choose which lane you want to be in on these restarts. A big run down the back on the outside.
That was a huge push by the 48, who was getting pushed by the 11. But even with that big shove, Ryan Blaney still side by side with Chase Elliott. Three wide.
Yeah, 3 wide back here. Uncomfortable situation for some of these guys.
Harrison Burton in the 21, right in the middle of it all. Pit road had so many things happening. The 20 was blocked. The 23 missed his pit stall, had to back up. The 5 had a very long stop. They went under the hood. The 99 backed up. The 19 was speeding, and the 2 another long stop. 47 was a long stop as well.
See Hamlin trying to give a big push to Bowman in that 48 car. Different paint scheme this week. Some lightning bolts. Watch this push right here. This is how aggressive they're getting. Just trying to get pushed up, and then Elliott up to block, and everybody did a great job of not wrecking right there. Elliott made a big block, and Hamlin was aware of it, got off the gas. Smart move by everybody.
Marty.
Hey, Rick, Chase Elliott, the same guy who said I'm completely loose on the first part of that run, decided to stay out there. That shows you how important track position will be today. Alan Gustafson said, if you can live with it, let's stay out because we want to stay up front. Meanwhile, his teammate Kyle Larson, we talked about how loose his car was. Well, you have no idea. Listen on the radio.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's a combination of my car being loose and the steering box being quicker, but I am not comfortable at all, only being able to turn the wheel like an inch. Fortunately, we can't do much about the steering.
That's a pretty big statement for Kyle Larson to say, I am not comfortable at all. So what they came down pit road and did, Steve, was they actually took rounds out of the front springs to be able to get that car to handle a little bit better. Restarted back in 30th. We'll see where he winds up on this run.
Yeah, big adjustments up and down pit road, but what you see by the 9 of Chase Elliott is, as a crew chief, I can crutch some issues and maybe help some issues, but nothing is going to drive better than being able to use both lanes and have all the downforce. We mentioned that big 7-inch spoiler. Well, another thing it does is sticks your car to the ground pretty good if you're first in line. Now, if you're behind it, it makes it a little bit tougher. So, I can only do so much. I would be doing anything in the world to get track position. Kim, what is up with Austin Cindric? He is having a rough start.
Yeah, and that's after starting 5th. So he started in the 5th position, and then they, by design, dropped back before that competition caution. So he was running in that last place before coming down pit road, and that's just because he was way too free. They made wholesale changes during that stop, and they took their time on pit road because the splitter was in the track, so they got the splitter up. He was just way too free. Air, wedge, pretty much everything, and this was rare because we did not think guys were going to drop back like they do at Daytona and Talladega because track position was so key, but the handling on that number 2 was just evil, currently riding in the 31 position.
Wild 3-wide racing there as they put Bowman on the outside. The one car, though, coming up there to help him is going to maintain this 3-wide action. Now they finally sorted out. Nope, not yet. Got 24 in the middle of the sandwich right now.
Being in the middle of 3 wide is very uncomfortable. Car underneath you, car beside you, any mistake at all.
One thing I'm learning, though, is that these guys are learning there is grip in all 3 lanes.
Yes.
We raced here in March. There was only really 2 lanes. Nobody wanted to run in that 3rd lane, but The Xfinity race yesterday had some good grip in that high line, and now today, again, these guys can go pretty much wall to wall, wall to apron on this racetrack. Seeing a lot of Toyotas up there as well. We talked about how good the 11 ran. All the Gibbs cars look good. 2311 also. Let's listen to Dave. Let's listen to Dave on the 18.
So, guys, it's interesting how Kyle Busch sees that 3-lane racing. He stayed out this time, obviously picked up a lot of track position, started 19th, so he's moved up where he wants to be. But he said, my car's great. All I need is a 3-lane track. So I don't think Kyle feels comfortable going 3 wide, but apparently you can do it.
And interesting that we're 18 races into the 2022 season, and the topic still is, where will the two-time champion, 60-race winner end up next year? It might not be with Joe Gibbs Racing. It could be with another team.
Yeah, you know, Martin Truex Jr. announced he was returning. There was a question mark with 2 cars. That, I think, puts a little bit more pressure on the decision for the 18. You have Ty Gibbs in the wings, and you could argue whether he's ready or not, but the simple fact is he looks really good on Saturdays, and in my opinion, Rick, at some point you just have to make the leap and go to Cup. It's going to take 60 or 70 races to get used to this series. Kind of that's what you see out of some of these young rookies. So while Kyle Busch would be my first choice, you mentioned his numbers. As you see a big move to the bottom, and he sneaks up a little bit in front of the 12. Kyle Busch is the guy you want, but the business has to defend it. Can they afford to keep him?
Up to second now for Kyle Busch. Already a win this year. 18 straight years he has won a race, and that's only matched by the king, Richard Petty, the only other driver to do it in the Cup Series.
Look at Ross up top, putting them 3 wide. Easy spots when you can get on that right rear quarter panel. 18 car with a little wiggle right there. Going to back everybody up to him. He's going to get a big push down this back straightaway.
Looks like right now, Junior, that you want to run the bottom because it's the shortest way around the racetrack. But when they get lined up on the top, if you don't get clear, then they go around you on the outside. You see right there, the 18 up the racetrack. Blaney still looks like he's going to get to the rear, to the right side of him, though.
And as we watch this great racing, Junior, I was just going to point out some names. Harrison Burton in 11th chose to stay out. He's keeping that track position. We got Gillen in 38, running 10th. So, you know, if you can work your way to the front, it seems like you're able to keep it.
It seems like these guys are learning that, you know, the passes are getting easier to make on the outside. So that watch this outside line, people moving higher, getting more and more defensive to block it.
Side by side, back for 4th, but it's Chase Elliott out front. Download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, as well as a radio broadcast. You can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. We're at Atlanta Motor Speedway. It's the Quaker State 400, and now just under 12 laps to go in stage 1. And
business getting ready to pick up here.
Right there in the back of this pack here, the 5 car of Larson. He's drove in to the top 10, sitting around 11th, 10th place as they run side by side in this lead pack. Seems like they've got the improvements that car made that are giving him the opportunity to really get up there and mix it up. Austin Cindric, on the other hand, still back in 32nd place. Needs a little more work on the next pit stop.
And you heard that radio transmission. Things are getting ready to pick up here. 11 laps to go to the end of the stage. So now everybody's racing for position. Dave.
And with runs like this, Jeff, it's hard to believe that blue and white 12 of Ryan Blaney has not won a race yet this season. He's finished in the top 5 6 times. Wow, what a move. And Jonathan Hassler, his crew chief, told me, I can't ask our group to do much more. We're ready to win any day. It could be today, Rick.
Yeah, he wasn't sure which lane to take there. Left, right, inside, outside. Now he's to the inside, trying to take the lead away from Chase Elliott.
Did a little bit of what Chase does on these super speedways. He moves around. Back and forth. He's going to get some energy off the nose of some car behind him, and that's how he created that opportunity. Chase with a big push. What does he do with it? Dives to the inside. He makes the move so late the 12 can't really block it. Blaney trying to stay on that quarter panel side draft. He's clear.
Good. But you can see right there, Junior, how the side draft does not work in these cars like in the past. In the past, Blaney could have just held Chase Elliott up and slowed him down, but it does not work as effectively in these cars.
I've heard drivers tell me it's about 30% of what the old car had, and you've got to be very aggressive, very close to that other car to make any difference.
Once again, the Dawsonville native out front here at Georgia, has never won at Atlanta. Rode up with some of the fans in the elevator, and they said, we're here specifically because we want to see our driver, Chase Elliott, win at his home track.
As the front 5 or 6 get more and more intense for this stage finish, it seems like the guys maybe 9.
Once again, the Dawsonville native out front here at Georgia, has never won at Atlanta. Rode up with some of the fans in the elevator, and they said, we're here specifically because we want to see our driver, Chase Elliott, win at his home track.
As the front 5 or 6 get more and more intense for this stage finish, it seems like the guys maybe 19th, 20th on back are thinking, I don't know if I want to be here. I see the intensity picking up, Marty, so I'm going to go ahead and exit stage right, at least to the end of this stage.
Yeah, but what a duel that was between the two regular season championship leaders for the stage 1 win coming up in 7 laps. He's riding on board with Bubba Wallace way back in the field in 31st. What's going on? Listen.
I feel like something's broke in the rear. Got tighter. It's tighter, but don't feel right, dude. I'm just holding the wheel to the left, and the rear end just bouncing, dancing around.
That sounds a little disconcerting at 185 miles an hour to me, Jeff. So some work to do on the 23 car, no doubt.
A lot of work to do to that car. You've got to be comfortable if you're going to be able to get in this pack and mix it up. Because you can see these guys, they're starting to push each other, trying to generate some more speed with the bumpers, and that makes your car drive bad as too. Look right here. Blaney looking for a way around Chase Elliott. Chase is using every tool he has to block, trying to understand where the run's coming from, spending way more time out of the rearview mirror than he is out of the front windshield.
He's just moving wherever the 12 goes, because the 12 is literally pushing that 9 forward. For the 9 to maintain the speed he needs to lead the race, he has to have a push from behind. So Chase just kind of stays in front of that 12 if he can to keep his momentum up. The 12 is wanting the same push from behind him to be able to get the run he needs to be able to pass this 9 car for the lead.
4 laps to go in stage 1. And as Marty mentioned, 1 and 2 in the regular season point standings are running 1 and 2. So every point matters, especially when it comes to paying off the playoff points at the end of the regular season.
Big run right here.
Yep. You both saw the same thing at the same time. 12 gets there, but he can't clear. A little subtle side draft by the 9 slows him down.
Here comes Denny Hamlin, though. Denny Hamlin's going to try to get there and push, but more help on the outside.
Oh, the 1 pushing the 48 on the outside.
Push you out there.
Little movement there, not real comfortable for Bowman.
And into the picture, we see the 45 of Kurt Busch coming into this race. Now he's got the 5, Kyle Larson. You saw a big wiggle out of those two when they didn't match up with the bumpers.
Catching a lap car very quickly here, too, guys, on this front straightaway. I think there'll be enough room as the front straightaway widens out quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's going to go into turn 1, and all these other guys behind him are going to have to funnel right around him.
Very tight as they work their way around the 15 of Garrett Smithley. Still side by side for the lead. Under 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed. Fighting for the stage 1 win. Blaney on the inside. Elliott on the outside. One more time around.
Big push coming here for Elliott.
Push a hard one right in the corner.
Right into the back of the 9 car. That shoves him way out in front, clear.
All clear, all clear. Bottom nose down.
He should be able to easily defend the last 3 quarters of this lap.
Big push coming here on the inside line. You can see Hamlin's pushing Blaney.
Elliott goes down to block. Now back up the racetrack as Alex Bowman with a run in the 48. Out of turn 4 for the final time in stage 1. And Chase Elliott will win stage 1. Bowman, Chastain, Blaney, and Byron, top 5. Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, all rounding out the top 10. 4th stage win of 2022 for Chase Elliott, the first time he's won a stage here at Atlanta. You can go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner for only $2.99 per month. Listen in on the pit strategy, spotter communication. Log into the app to use on mobile devices. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner.
Lucky to have some great onboard cameras today during this race. Riding on board Kevin Harvick's car thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza.
16 car Noah Gregson. Noah is currently running 26, the Goldfish Casino slots camera.
We had the chance to ride along with Bubba Wallace in the 23 thanks to Toyota as well today. A lot of cameras there. The helmet cam for this driver gives some great shots.
It'll be fun to ride along with those drivers throughout this race. Again, the end of stage 1. Pit road is open now.
So with the 100-lap stage coming up, second stage is 100 laps long. Everybody's going to come to pit road this time because they need fuel. And this is what's going to be interesting. Like Elliott and those guys that stayed out, it worked. Their tires were good enough to keep the lead. But now he needs, he's burned 60 laps worth of fuel. The other cars that have pitted have only burned 40 laps. So does that let them only change 2 tires? It's no different than pulling in your gas pump at home. The more fuel you need, the longer it's going to take. We'll see if that, messes up the running order here to see if these guys like Chase Elliott loses track position on this pit stop, Kim.
Alex Bowman, P2 in that stage. He said, I'm just a little bit free everywhere. The call, 4 tires, small adjustment, and fill it up full of fuel, Dave.
To Steve's point, the 12-car Ryan Blaney, he will need 2 cans of Sunoco fuel, plenty of time to change all 4 Goodyear tires. Car's a little bit loose, Marty.
Boy, Dave, Ross Chastain was the only driver who pitted at lap 27 who was able to make progress through the field. So the car's a little bit too tight. They're going to go back a baby step on that last adjustment. Also, to Steve's point, the 9 plans a long stop here because they got to take on all that fuel, and cars passing them right now on pit road. Chase Elliott said the car is a handful at the start of the run, but once it comes in, it's exactly where I want. There you go. Tyler Reddick gains 10 spots after that 2-tire stop.
Rick and Phil rush hour on the racetrack. What just happened right there?
Bowman was in the grass right there,
goodness.
Coming off of pit road. Take a look at this. No room on pit road, so we'll go through the grass. That's how chaotic it is at Atlanta now, even on pit road. Chase Elliott wins stage 1 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and normally when an Elliott wins a race, they sound the siren at the Dawsonville, Georgia Pool Hall. And so Rutledge Wood is there in City View. All right, Rut, do they sound the siren when you win a stage?
Rick, that's a great question. They don't sound it for a stage, but I can tell you, the fans are packing this place out. They're getting real excited. I mean, if this keeps up, y'all, we're going to hear that siren go off a little bit later. But for now, y'all, I'm hungry. I've worked up quite a hunger watching all this racing. This is going to be a fun day. Here's hoping Chase pulls it off.
Did Rut just leave us to go eat?
Well, Rutledge knows a good burger, and I think there's definitely... And Junior, you've been in there. You've enjoyed the burgers in there.
They gave him a better reception than I got.
Well, Chase Elliott, after a little bit slower stop than some of the others, will line up in the second row. It was Tyler Reddick that got off pit road first, and Ross Chastain will restart up there on the front row as well. Again, the choose rule in effect here at Atlanta, so that's why you see the drivers lining up where they are.
And also you see Truex in that 19 car. He was 25th at the end of the stage, took 2 tires. Now he's starting 4th.
Such a great view off the back of the pace car here with the pace cam from Coca-Cola. Field approaching the Geico restart zone, and back to action here in Atlanta. I think the question has to be asked, if Martin Truex Jr. wins here at Atlanta, does that count as a super speedway win?
That's for me. I don't know if it counts for me. Daytona or Talladega. We'll be interested to see how his car drives up here. All the Toyotas and his teammates have been really good today. He hasn't had a chance to really show us anything outside inside the top 10 here.
Outside of Ross Chastain right now fighting for that second spot. A little bit of a run here as he closes the gap now on Tyler Reddick. Tyler, the most recent winner in the Cup Series, getting his first ever win a week ago at Road America.
That question you posed just gave every stat guy in all of NASCAR heartburn, Rick. Now how do we classify this?
It races like a super speedway at 1.59 miles.
Guess we just have to ask the drivers. They'll let us know after today.
Of course.
Fair.
Although we still have arguments about what a short track is.
We do. I wonder if Truex will try to take this lead. He had a pretty good run on the front straightaway. Didn't decide to go for it. He's pushing that 8 car out there in front.
I think if he gets enough of a push.
Man, that was a pretty good one in the last lap.
Yeah, I think he's got Bell behind him, a teammate, so I think he has confidence if he goes somewhere, as long as Bell can go with him, meaning they both have to be clear of that one car, then he could go and he would have a pusher. Probably just was worried about getting hung out if he went, and then Christopher couldn't go with him, Kim.
That's right, and you see Martin Truex Jr. in that second position. Oh, as we have a battle for the lead.
Sure enough, he goes to the bottom of the racetrack, has that help that you were talking about with Christopher Bell, and Martin Truex Jr. pulls out to a huge lead here in Atlanta.
Yeah, that worked out perfectly for them. It was space for both of them. There was one car to pass. They both could get by him, and now they're leading the race as 2 teammates. Great teamwork and great patience by Martin Truex to not make that move earlier and put himself in a bad spot, Kim.
And he got track position by taking 2 tires on that last stop. No major changes, which was surprising because he had no right rear. He said there was absolutely no stability. So maybe this clean air is exactly what that number 19 Toyota needs. Martin Truex Jr., Marty.
And he got that push from his teammate Christopher Bell, who now is trying to keep that second position. Remember, in the spring race here, Bell came across the start-finish line at the checkered flag second, but was penalized for going below the double yellow line at the bottom of the racetrack, so they took that away from him. So got a little revenge today, Dave, trying to get another top 5 here at Atlanta. They felt like they had it here in the spring.
Tyler Reddick in that bright green car was leading, and remember, he won last week after being an Xfinity Series champion. I asked his crew chief, Randall Burnett, what did that do for this driver's confidence level? Because he's already been a champion. He goes, it was big because it answered the question, not if or when, but yes, Tyler Reddick does win in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Oh,
goes
we got
a long
car
way.
to wall. 43 car. Eric Jones brushed the fence through the middle of 3 and 4.
Composite bodies on these Cup cars now, so a little more durable.
He'd been riding pretty high, trying to make that outside work, going 3 wide around cars, maybe pushed just a little bit too much. Let's take a look. He just is loose right there. Looks like Jeff.
Yeah,
correct.
Back in around on it, getting in the corner. The only thing you worry about, Steve, is damage with the car. Did he do any damage to the right rear suspension? He drove into turn 1 like he was convinced it wasn't hurt, but it'll take a few laps to determine if he's okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's not so much a tire rub as long-term damage that could fail over time.
And again, Joe Gibbs Racing cars 1 and 2 with Martin Truex Jr. and then the 20 of Christopher Bell. That inside line trying to get some momentum using a little side drafting. As Ryan Blaney now peeks to the inside of the 20. Blaney has had success here at Atlanta earlier in this race. Getting a little bit of help from Reddick.
19 getting a big lead there, and they're going to run him down quickly on the straightaway. That's going to allow the 12 to the inside. You try not to get too far out ahead of the pack so that they don't, your car kind of noses over on speed and power, and you just drop right back to them quickly, and you can't defend both lines at the same time.
2 by 2 again, and it's side by side for the lead. Blaney on the inside, Martin Truex Jr. on the outside.
I just feel like with Blaney, he's that driver that we always see at the end of speedway races, Daytona, Talladega, always just so close to getting that win. He's going to be a threat all day today.
Watching Chastain step out of line, showing that car a little bit outside of the 9 car, running high, especially in turn 1 and 2.
And also another car that outside, at the 5th row on the outside, that white car, Michael McDowell. He shows up speedway races. He shows up at these super speedway races, road courses. Here he is again in a position to win a race. Would not be a surprise to see that guy win either.
Caution just came out. 3 cars on the backstretch got sideways, got into each other, had tire issues. We've got the 42 involved in this. BJ McLeod also is in it, as well as Chris Buescher.
Yeah, BJ just lost the car all on his own, and then just everybody else is behind him, nowhere to go. See the car step out.
What I'm trying to understand is that 78 has what's to me a broken right rear toe link. but I don't see it hit anything, Jeff. So I don't know if perhaps.
I think the 17, Steve, hits him right here.
Okay, yeah, that might break the left rear loose. Yeah, I could see that. Because I was trying to figure out how the car itself broke. Like, did it break and spin, or then spin and had a failure? But yeah, I saw that contact now on that 17.
Yeah, and I didn't see the damage. See him get loose right there, and then there's just nowhere to go. I didn't see the damage on that 42, but he hit that inside wall pretty hard. I didn't think he had. We could only see the right side, but he's got a fair amount of damage on that left front fender.
And as you pointed out, that contact from the 17 junior is going to end the 780. He tried to limp around, but was unable to do it. The 17 was able to come to pit road. Hard to see how much damage. The body looks good, but underneath, we showed that animation earlier about everything that's underneath the car, right? The diffuser, that pan, the splitter. You drive around on flat tires, it can be hard on the equipment, Dave.
Steve, Chris Buescher called it a, quote, decent hit. The crew is talking to him now on the radio saying we don't see anything broke. While he gets up to speed here, he can feel it out just a little bit, and it appears the steering may be straight on it, so he may be okay.
Well, there you have it. It's one of those races, I don't know if you're ever out of it, right? Like, chaos could ensue at any time. So if you could stay on the lead lap, just got to hang around. Oh, we see some takers here with 81 laps to go. I think this tells me some guys think they can make it from here on fuel much farther than anything we thought they could, but maybe some yellows, big strategy play, because it's not just a few cars. It's busy, Kim.
And you see there the 48, he was reporting just a little bit of chattering. He didn't think he had a loose wheel, but they just came down for safety. Right side only, Dave.
Denny Hamlin, fuel only in his Toyota, trying to get it fired up. It was a slow leave, Marty.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I think they're pretty short from here to be able to make it all the way 10 laps short. But what it could allow, Steve, is for a quicker stop on the next stop, if you will, the next caution, and maybe you get track position that way.
So maybe a little pit road strategy being played. Once again, close call for the 48 of Alex Bowman. Tough day on pit road. Be sure to tune in and see Nikki Bella on the new series Barmageddon. It's coming soon to USA. See Junior hanging out there. Took her for a ride in the pace car. And Junior, she chose you to be her tag team partner. She chose you.
That's right. She didn't choose Jeff Burton.
Nope, she chose you.
So we had a lot of fun. 135 mile an hour in the Chevy pace car. And that show, Barmageddon, is at Old Red in Nashville. So they're going to have a lot of fun with that. Blake Shelton, Carson Daly. She told me all about it. She had a lot of fun. She does need a lap with you, though, to be fair, Jeff. We went 130, 170 in your car, a little bit more fun.
She did ride with me after she rode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was 172 mile an hour down the back straightaway.
Right.
And she said, God, you're a lot better than Junior. Like, you're way faster.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking about tag teams in the garage here. We might have to get a bracket going here, Rick. Put some theoretical tag teams together in the garage.
Oh, my goodness.
I can start thinking, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Harvick? Harvick's actually a wrestler, by the way.
So is it driver, crew chief, or two drivers make the tag team? How's this work?
Driver, crew chief, I think.
Okay. Well, I just want to know who I'm going to be rooting for. On board with Bubba Wallace. If we stay right here, we talked so much about that camera. He's looking all around. In front of it, you can see the digital dash with the numbers just to the right, kind of right there to the right side. I don't dare circle it because he keeps, all right, I'm going to give it a shot while he's moving around. That is the screen for that digital rear view camera. That's a little pod on the back of the roof. The camera looks straight back. It projects what you want on that location. You can put that screen wherever you want. That's where Bubba has chosen to put his.
We're rolling up toward the start-finish line to take a green here, and he's kind of lagging back a little bit. I wonder if he's still not comfortable with this race car.
As we get ready for the restart, we want to listen in to the 45 team and Jason Jarrett, the spotter for Kurt Busch.
5, line, green, green, green. He's tight with you, but he does not have a push for the 99. And they're both tight with you. Outside tight, outside. Probably by half. He does not have a push up to you. 2 wide all the way back. Outside 9, half apart. Top lean, outside. He's got the 20 about 2 in front of him. You got the 1 outside of you and just the 31 with you. Out.
It's so important for Kurt Busch to know that when he said the 31's behind you, but he has no help, that means the 31's not going to be a lot of help to you. So it's great information about what you can't see. You can see the car behind you, but you can't see the car behind him. That information is so important to help gauge what kind of run you may get.
And the spotter, what we heard right there, that's the way it is every lap, every foot. The spotter's job here, they really earn their keep. And so you got to have some good guys up there that you trust telling you everything you need to know. And they work the entire race from start to finish.
Here comes Blaney. He looks to the inside, trying to take the lead away from Martin Truex Jr.
Truex with a subtle side draft on the right rear quarter panel. Who's Chase going to help? Not his bud. He's going with that 19. He says, I know which car is going forward. Pushes Martin Truex clear. I think the 12 here is going to work back to the inside. He doesn't have a ton of help on the bottom. Look at Reddick pushing the 9. The 9's going to have a great run. Does he go around this 19 for the lead? He does, to the inside, down into turn 1, Chase Elliott.
And Reddick went with him. Let's see if Reddick gets clear. No, he's not. Now he's looking in his mirror, looking for Kurt Busch, I believe, behind him.
Chase moving around. He's like, too far out here.
I'm sorry, that's Blaney behind him.
Marty, what you got on this 9 car?
Boy, Chase Elliott used that high line to his advantage, didn't he? So what's the draft been like today? Well, under that last caution, as the fans cheer on the hometown boy, now back in the lead. Eddie DeHunt and Chase Elliott broke it down what it's like in Atlanta today. Listen.
Looks like you can have a good car behind you that's a good pusher, but he don't have somebody close to him, and it's not going to be effective.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to go anywhere. You know, it's tough to go anywhere, but you can easily make a mistake and lose a bunch, but you're not going to gain it back in a hurry, I don't think.
I'm just teeing up for the end of the race here. Like, the one's a good pusher, but McDowell couldn't do nothing to get to him.
So Dale Jr., what that equals to me is don't lose that track position today. You want to be up front. Chase Elliott's got it back.
Yeah, it definitely seems like coming to the end of the race, you want to be the lead car. The lead car can defend a little bit, get in front of the line that's moving forward. I'd rather have to, try to keep the lead than to try to be the one getting it on that last lap. So Chase Elliott, I think, is in the best position right now, positions he wants to keep all day long. Look at Chastain trying to get to that outside quarter panel. We've seen him all day long run just a little bit higher. Stays right connected to the back of this car. He's going to push this 19 pretty good down the front stretch. I think Ross is either running out there to possibly jump on the quarter panel to pass the 19, but also to keep a little air on his car, keep his car turning, keep it working well, downforce. Offset just a little bit each corner. Not seeing everybody else really do this, Marty.
Always shocked. Ross Chastain being aggressive out there. Certainly has a very good car. He told Phil Surgeon, his crew chief, a moment ago, you made me tighter. That's allowing me to make moves. You see him ducking out there when they go into the corners. He also made a very interesting point. He said, I feel
crash. 19's going to go around. He'll collect the 1. The 22 of Logano also in it.
Stay up there.
Lots of cars. Look at the 5 of Larson there.
McDowell comes back up in front. He'll tag another car. Kyle Larson in it also.
Big damage for the 3. It was interesting, guys. Like, there was a wreck, and then it almost continued farther along than I expected with Larson and a couple other cars.
Yeah, the 1 car was pushing the 19 right there off into turn 1, and the 19 was a little bit uncomfortable in the front stretch, just entering the corner. And the leader...
The fender at the seam to the fascia on the left front's broke, and then it looks like the fascia to the splitter on the left front's broken.
Like, the leader of the race went up to block that run, and Martin had to basically check up a little bit. And the 1 gets into the back of him, turns him around.
Remember, those two had an I don't know if it was an altercation, but they were not too happy with each other, or Truex was not happy with Chastain at Dover. Now this is just one more issue. You see the right rear tire locked up all the way in the pit box. That seems odd. I don't know if that means he has another issue. We'll have to just see.
Well, yeah, listen, even at Daytona and Talladega with these cars, we've seen pushing is not very safe to do. So right here, they roll into turn 1. The 1 car is on the outside. They make contact, and around Truex goes. It's just, these cars, we've seen it over and over and over. You cannot push in these corners. If you get offset at all, it just doesn't work. Right there, the contact, and now Truex is along for the ride.
Yeah, Truex is out of the gas, uncomfortable. The 1 is just trying to wait on him to sort of gather it up and go, and eventually makes contact.
You see right here,
Martin's lifting right there. He's lifting. He's loose. The 1's like waiting, trying to say, go, come on, get it going. Eventually makes contact, and then everybody kind of piles in. Look at the 22 up in the air right there.
And the 3 kind of goes out of sight, but man, he gets turned to the right. And the damage on the right front of that car, it had to be a pretty big hit. We'll see if we got it from this angle right here. You're going to see the 19 spin. And then watch the 3. He's going to be on the left side of this traffic. He gets caught, I think, by the 34. So, right, the 34 gets hit by the 20. Here comes Austin Dillon. He's going to go out of screen, but as he goes out of screen, oh, I'm telling you, that thing turns right.
Boom!
Oh, yeah. There it comes back in. Man.
You have to wonder also, guys, we were talking about Ross Chastain offsetting to the right.
Wow.
To get more downforce, right? But how was that hurting Martin Truex Jr.'s car and how it drives? There's that big hit by Austin Dillon. That's just a massive hit. It's one thing, this car, the center section of this car is much tougher than the last car trying to protect the driver. That was a massive hit. You saw how big the safety barrier moved.
Watch the 3. We're going to be right on it when he comes into frame right here.
And, Junior, this is the worst thing.
Oh, my goodness.
Such a big hit.
Wow. Imagine this, if, we didn't have that safety barrier there. That would have been a whole lot worse. So thankful for the advances that we've got in safety for moments exactly like that.
AMR safety team taking care of the 3 right now. As Austin Dillon out of the car, he'll go to the infield care center.
So, Rick, now that we see the drivers out and the cars getting patched up, let's, push forward right away, right? Playoff implications. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. winless. He's one of the drivers in the playoffs without a win, right? So, I mean, this is a big situation. I mentioned Dover, the 1 and 19. All race long, these two seem to be stuck together. And this is basically coming to the checker. The 1 throws a pretty impressive block on the 19. I thought it was just going to check the 19 up, but he ended up getting down inside the inside wall. That was for the 3rd position. And I bring it up because after the race, I mean, Martin Truex Jr., you see his disappointment. He's thinking, man, we were for 3rd. Like, cut me a little slack. Now, listen, Chastain has self-admittedly said, hey, man, I'm a tough driver. I'm going to go as hard as I can. And I appreciate the honesty if that's how he feels. But, much like we talked about Ty Gibbs a week ago in the Xfinity Series, Chastain definitely has not made a lot of friends. Now, he has 2 trophies on the trophy case. Right. So you can judge how he does it. But his approach has won 2 races this year. So, I guess if you're a Chastain fan, you love him. If you're not a Chastain fan, maybe you don't love him.
Fighting for every single position on the racetrack, and there are at least 9 cars that are involved in this caution that has come out here at Atlanta as they do some extensive work on the 19, trying to get him back out onto the racetrack. You see the 18 of Kyle Busch. He got collected. We'll see how much damage was done to that car.
The 5 of Larson's also on pit road. We mentioned guys that he had a little bit of a rough start. So looks like more damage than I gave it credit for. You can see even from this angle, the hood's all wrinkled up. So some pretty big names. Kyle Busch, man, nothing's going right for Kyle right now.
It's been a tough year.
Yeah, I think what interesting to me is just how these cars can withstand this crash. Who can remain competitive? We don't really know. We haven't seen this car really be crash tested a bunch at places like this. And so if, can Chastain remain, competitive? It does have a shot to win in this race after going through something like that, and 18 as well, and other cars.
So we saw a lot of cars in the spring race, guys, with a ton of damage, and that they could still run and get good finishes. So, it's I don't think, some of these guys' days is over, but if you are in this race, you still got a shot.
Marty.
Ross Chastain coming down for his 2nd stop here. The biggest thing now is that the splitter is kind of separated from the body, so they're going to fix that. They're also going to throw the toe sticks on here to make sure that the car is tracking straight. But that's a pretty important piece down here because that would vibrate very bad. In fact, Ross did say there was already a vibration in the wheel and both with the hood as well. So they have to get more bare bond, more tape down on that to make sure that's down. This team has done an amazing job this year. Only 6 finishes outside the top 10 this year for Ross Chastain in this race team. And here in the spring, they were down 2 laps and still ran in the top 5 towards the end of it. But this one's going to be a tough one to recover from. Looks like the suspension is okay, but the body a little worse for the wear.
Yeah, a lot of work being done on this car. And we go to our Peacock pit box. All right, KP, Brad, were you guys expecting this?
Ross Chastain in this race team, and here in the spring they were down 2 laps and still ran in the top 5 towards the end of it, but this one's going to be a tough one to recover from. Looks like the suspension is okay, but the body a little worse for the wear.
Yeah, a lot of work being done on this car, and we go to our Peacock pit box. All right, KP, Brad, were you guys expecting this?
I was just getting ready to ask Brad the same thing.
Yeah.
Did you expect it to take this long? Because watching the first segment and into this one, it's been fantastic, out of control down here.
Exactly what I was thinking. I can't believe it took this long. You know, we're watching this, and we've talked about it all day long. It's like a super speedway race, and you get to Daytona, Talladega, it gets towards the end of the day. But it's so condensed here, and these race cars are not handling great. As you see, you saw Martin Truex there. It was like someone lifted his rear end up on that in the corner, and it was just floating. So I'm surprised. Kim, what do you have for us?
Well, the 45 of Kurt Busch has had the least complaints today. He said the balance is pretty good. The left rear just a little draggy. The call is going to be 2 tires only and full of fuel. Dave?
Tyler Reddick running second will take a slow 2-tire stop. That is so they can get enough fuel in there to go as far as they want to go. Blaney will be fuel only, Marty.
Chase Elliott's been pretty happy with this race car. We'll see if those guys who pitted earlier have a bit of an advantage. Indeed, they do. They go around the 9 car. He loses a few spots. Not too bad. His teammate William Byron wins the race off pit road, Rick.
Yeah, close call for the 20 of Christopher Bell as well, coming off pit road, but 5 spots gained by William Byron. What better setting for the 150th Open than the old course at St. Andrews, the birthplace of golf. Coverage of the Open Championship begins Thursday on USA and Peacock. All right, Steve, we both looked at each other and went, wait a second, is the 22 back on track?
Yeah, I mean, if you watch this, the 22 car this looks like Rick's golf game right here. He's going to go up in the air. It's going to back at the fence. We say this right because, okay, he's in the wreck. I mean, the thing's got to be junk. It was 3-4 feet in the air. The rear tire's up, launched by the 18. And then we look out of our window here, and here was the 22 rolling off pit road.
Yeah.
Just, shaking a little bit. So right there, it looks like the left rear toe link is broken, no doubt. But I believe they come to pit road and get it changed. And if they are able to pull this off, we talk about learning about the new car. That's an impressive move if the 22 is able to get that repaired and back on the racetrack. Junior, you know, we talked about the toe link being the weak part earlier in the year. These crews are figuring out, like, if that's what's going to break, we got to be able to change it. And, I mean, it's going straight now, so I assume they fixed it. Dave.
Austin Dillon just walked from the infield care center. Hard hit, dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. Thank the good Lord above. Actually, the hits weren't that bad at that impact. My belt got me pretty good near the groin there, but you know, unfortunately, we got our car better right there, and looked like we were just a casualty of Ross Chastain once again. Ooh, that was a pretty good lick there. But yeah, you know, we just got to keep on keeping on working each week to get better, to get victory lane. Thank Johnny Morris and all the guys. Just I told myself we're going to race hard all day. It wasn't one of those things that I wanted to ride in the back and be there at the end, but when you got guys like him out there wrecking half the field, you might as well actually take a different strategy sometimes. But it's a lot of fun, the racing. I mean, the cars are hard to drive, and you got to make them drive better when it's hot like this. So I thought we did a good job making my car get to the bottom and kind of making some headway, and then got caught up in the wreck.
Thanks, Austin. Glad you're okay. Guys?
Field approaching the Geico restart zone, and this time it's Harrison Burton in the 21 and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47. A couple names we haven't mentioned up front yet. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., this style of racing, he's been very good.
Yeah, these type of accidents thin out these fields at races at Daytona and Talladega, and you start to see these guys start to move to the front. Big push coming to the back of that 47.
Junior, that 47 car has been on pit road twice earlier in the race with the hood up, so they've done a nice job, right? Recovered all the way to the front.
A couple Hendrick drivers teamed up on the inside. Can they work together to try to put something together? And usually we see this inside line fade back, Jeff. That outside's been where it's at.
We see Ricky Stenhouse. You mentioned it. He's so good at these kind of racetracks. He's one of our favorites today. He's so good. Was leading this race late in the spring. Was leading the Daytona 500 late and had troubles in both. He will be a factor the rest of the day, Marty.
Hey, for these guys who stayed out, including Harrison Burton, who was up front, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., they think they can make it to the end of the stage. It's going to be interesting, guys, with a little extra caution. And Steve, you mentioned Stenhouse, all those stops on pit road. They went under the hood, adjusted the front springs on the 47 car twice. Clearly, they've gotten a lot better.
47 got a big run there around 1 and 2. Little separation. Burton decides to go with him, but now jumps to the outside. Side by side in the Wood Brothers Ford. Byron to the outside, jumps in that hole to push. Harrison Burton into the lead.
99 wins
now
for the organization. Wood Brothers has won 99 times. Who will give them their 100th win? Right now, fighting for the lead, Harrison Burton on the outside of William Byron.
Big push coming from his buddy Todd Gilliland. They grew up racing together since they were 6 years old. Now they're in the Cup Series working together for this lead.
Byron's got to feel like he's all alone down there trying to make this happen. He doesn't have much help. His teammate back there in the 9 on Chase Elliott's jumped into the outside line now. Big push on the outside. A lot of organization there. You see Ryan Blaney back there in the 12. 24 right around the bottom, but he's out there too far in front of the 47 of Stenhouse on the inside line. They're going to drive right back by him down the front straightaway.
Harrison Burton getting a shove now from Gilliland. Back in 2017, the ARCA East Series champion. He's progressed up through the Truck Series, into the Xfinity Series, and now into the Cup Series. Both drivers getting great experience up front here at Atlanta, Dave.
Rick, the crew chief for that black 38 is Seth Barber. When I asked him this morning about coming to a track for the second time for young Todd Gilliland, he said, well, yeah, except it's so much hotter here. It's going to be completely different. We're just going to try to give him a good balanced race car. Now, remember, they pitted on lap 80. They'll try to get to the end of the stage. They're going to have to save Marty to make that happen.
And Dave, I did confirm with Brian Wilson, they do feel like in the 21 they can make it to the rest of the stage. You see how many laps to go there, 56 to go here in the stage for Harrison Burton. And how impressive is this for the young man out of Huntersville, North Carolina? Remember the Daytona 500 as William Byron tries to get the lead. He led so much of that race, ran up front. Harrison Burton in the lead here at Atlanta.
Looks like they're going to push the 24 back clear into the lead. The 21 of Burton, Gilliland, they just don't look like they're handling that well in that top groove. Slid up the track a little bit in 3 and 4, lost some momentum.
Yeah, I don't know if Harrison's sliding up there or intentionally going there, but really needs to be a little bit lower, more like that. I think that would work better for them.
Almost clear Stenhouse. Stenhouse back to the inside, a little side draft there, pulls him around, almost clear. Big push from the 38 in the back of Burton down the front straightaway.
Momentum stays with the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Those two side by side for second. Interesting how William Byron and Chase Elliott got separated. Byron is now leading the race. Chase Elliott all the way back in about the 4th row of 2x2.
Rick, we mentioned a lot of guys that have been able to repair their cars. Kyle Busch, his car didn't look. Oh, he had a yellow on the racetrack. The 17. Okay, well, I was going to say guys that were able to repair their cars. The 17 was in an accident much earlier on the backstretch. Different than our last yellow. Now he has another flat. Blew a right front, it sounds like. So you have to ask yourself, is that from damage earlier? Remember, he has been in an accident. I was going to update Kyle Busch. He was about 15 or 16 seconds behind the pack, barely keeping his car off the wall. So he definitely had some issues as well from the earlier wreck. Oh, I mean, you know, I say it looks like an easy hit. I don't think any of them are.
No, that when you blow a right front at Atlanta, it's not going to be an easy hit. He did a great job of getting it slowed down to minimize it, but here we see it, and we'll see how he got it slowed down, but still some damage there, Steve, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
William Byron leading at Atlanta. Stenhouse Jr., Reddick, Harrison Burton, and Gilliland all in the top 5. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. Download America's loved free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com. And by Propane, the environmentally friendly energy for everyone. We're looking at pictures of young Jeff Gordon, of course the King Richard Petty, and Alan Kulwicki, 1992. And it was the final race for the King. It was the first race for young Jeff Gordon, and it was a championship for Alan Kulwicki, the last real owner-driver championship. And this track has had so much history. We talked about it really almost from the very beginning of NASCAR. The legends racing here. It was the finale. So many championships for Dale Earnhardt Sr. And then the transformation in 1997.
Yeah, to train, turning into this mile and a half we recognize today. And then, listen, there were some down years, right? Went down to a race for almost a decade. But then they come up with this idea to add the banking Marcus, the Smith family, and they have reimagined this. The fans have come back. Atlanta has just been around for so long. It's great to see this place kind of return to a prominent location in the schedule. The race in the spring was crazy, and we're only, 110 laps here in today, and it's already been, the action is just unbelievable on the racetrack.
Yeah, what a great job that the Smith family has done with Bruton, Marcus, the changes they've made and what they've done for the fans here at Atlanta. And this racing, as you mentioned, Steve, has really been remarkable up to this point, and we haven't even reached the halfway point yet. Dave?
And Rick, there was a time at Atlanta Motor Speedway and everywhere on the Cup circuit when drivers could talk to each other, but those days are gone. These days, they talk to each other through their spotters. Listen to the communication to Tyler Reddick.
Just so you're aware, 47 was good with everything. Just have to be careful on pushing into 3. That's his loosest point, just so you're aware. Yeah, 10-4. Will do.
So Stenhouse to Reddick, please don't push too much going into turn 3. All done through the spotters, Marty.
Boy, Dave, it seems like it's been a fight for the top. William Byron just took the top at the choose. Here was a conversation on the radio a moment ago between he and Rudy Fugle.
The top just builds a lot of energy down the straightaways. Almost be better in the corner, hold even, but I don't know if it's better to side draft or just run the lane, it seems. Yeah, for sure, but I think you, as strong as you are on the top with the right help, I don't think the bottom can survive. That's just... Yeah, I agree. You're trying to play the lane game on corner entry, because if they get to your left rear, they can snag it, and it worked out good there.
There you go, Steve. So the crew chief and the driver working together to choose the top line here. We'll see if William Byron is right that will be the lane that has the momentum on this restart.
Rick, why this is important is we talk about this track being relatively new, and every one of these restarts is kind of a dress rehearsal, right? Because I'm confident, you mentioned we're not halfway, 149 to go. We are going to see many more restarts. So it's a little, where do you want to be? Where do you need to be? We see the 18 back on pit road. It's going to be a long afternoon. I think this car has some pretty big damage. And the NASCAR called them back for, I guess, unapproved equipment, so they had some sort of issue. But, these restarts are all dress rehearsal. What do you need later, right? What do you need from your spotter? What lane do you want to be in? Who pushes where? What's a good guy to have behind you? So,
yeah, Stephen, also, we just heard Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Reddick talking to each other through the spotters. Well, Stenhouse picked the bottom, and Reddick went with him. So they feel like they're going to continue to work together well here. They like that pairing.
William Byron on the outside, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the inside. As you mentioned, Tyler Reddick right behind the 47. See the hood flaps coming up. That massive amount of air that is being kicked up in the air by the spoiler here. Interesting, we mentioned Jeff Gordon in his first race and that paint scheme by William Byron in the 24 looking pretty familiar out front here at Atlanta.
Be interesting to watch him, though. He's going to probably have to choose between defending one line or the other down the back straightaway here. And on his radio, he said he liked that top line. He sees that 47 car getting information from the spotter about which lane's coming, dives in front of it.
2 wins for William Byron, but after that, there's quite a few winless drivers that are running up here in the top 10 right now. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton up there, Todd Gilliland.
You can see now the inside lane looks like it's better because the outside lane's not really organized. See no real push to that 21 car. Christopher Bell trying to push Gilliland, but just not together like that inside lane.
Yeah, they're all, looks like everybody's diving to the bottom of the racetrack here. We got a car, Kyle Busch, out in front of the leaders.
Slow. Keep an eye on him.
Front end of that 18 not looking correct. So
you 3 are clear.
He's going to try to stay clear.
Watch this 18. There you go.
Listening in on the 47 communication, Tab Boyd there.
Still down there, 18. Clear. 8 is clear. You 3 are clear. To the 24, I'm completely okay with Rod and going wherever he wants. I think bottom's better for me.
That's Stenhouse telling his spotter to communicate back to the 24. Dave just said, communicating to the spotters.
The 24, he's good with whatever, wherever he wants to go. He prefers the bottom. 10-4, I'll tell him.
That'll be interesting if what we have seen earlier in the race where the moves were made on the high side, if they can continue that if these two decide to go to the bottom of the racetrack.
All good. 8th with you, 45 with them.
Look at the 12 of Blaney to the top of the racetrack trying to get to the outside there. Kurt Busch, he's going to be able to do it.
And Kurt has nobody anywhere near him on the bottom.
Blaney's going to take this run here and try to do that all over again when he can get to the outside of that 8 car. And that's when it might move these guys off the bottom of the racetrack when they see the pace coming in that high line.
Looks like to be the 21 and the 38 just aren't very quick up there, and that's kind of got that outside line checked up a little bit, and everybody's going to that bottom.
Eric Jones in the 43 just behind those two that you mentioned. He was in the wall a little bit earlier in this race as these 4 trying to separate themselves and now up to the middle of the racetrack, Marty.
Rick, you know, an interesting dynamic of this super speedway type racing at Atlanta. You know, Daytona and Talladega, you work with a pack that's maybe 20 cars big, but Jeff, it's been a lot different here at Atlanta. Kind of the packs are in smaller bites. An example of that is what you've heard on the radio the last few moments. You know, Dave made the report on Reddick and Stenhouse working together. You heard the radio conversation a moment ago. So the packs and groups are a little bit smaller, and I think that's what makes it a little more manageable here at Atlanta because the moves are so much quicker, Jeff.
Well, smaller, and you can see handling matters, Marty. You can see right now Stenhouse stuck in the middle. He's got his hands full. People are trying to take advantage of him. It's not where you want to be in the middle. So, yes, it kind of looks like Daytona and Talladega, but the handling is nowhere near as good at this racetrack as it is in those. You can see it affecting Stenhouse.
Look how quickly the plan went away for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He said, hey, tell the 24 I can run the bottom. Well, he was able to run the bottom for about 2 laps, and now he shuffled all the way back outside the top 10.
Yeah, and by chance or by luck, Bowman allows him in, or he got a little thing. No, Bowman's got to turn left and right, and everything happens so much quicker on this 1.5 miles. It doesn't look anything like Daytona or Talladega out the window here on TV. The moves, the lefts, the rights, everything's more abrupt.
One thing I noticed in that 47 car, Steve, how rough it hits the racetrack. They're really aggressive with their setup. He's having a hard time with it right now, Marty.
Yeah, and Stenhouse just came on the radio, said, I have absolutely no grip. They're blowing our doors off. He said, I wouldn't ride behind me right now either. Evil right now behind the wheel of that 47.
Corey LaJoie right there thought his day was getting ready to be over because the 47 needed the track.
Not even close.
Watch that 47 car. Every time it hits a bump, how much more aggressively it moves around.
I mean, I know we did, but everybody else has way more grip than we do. Even this one with damage is to my inside now.
We're getting a little play-by-play, and you hear the frustration. And I hear what he's saying. He's trying to be constructive, but he's like, man, how can we not be good enough? He knows he can speedway race. Why is this happening to us?
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it, and we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do. Janice.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most. Not anymore. Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Blue Emu. It works fast and you won't stink.
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana?
Yeah, Ma. It was so easy. I found the perfect car.
Under budget, too.
And I get 7 days to love it or my money back.
I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me.
But Susan from Carvana had all the answers.
She didn't try to upsell me. Not once. Because they're not salespeople. Where do you guess who just checked in on me?
Mom.
Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
To go to the heart of stock car racing, you'll need to go to the heart of the stock car, where a history of high speed roars to life. Sideways! And a passion for good times fuels it all weekend long, where kids can be kids and adults can be too. NASCAR's most entertaining weekend is about to show you how it earned its name. You just need to show up to see it for yourself. Get your tickets now at mispeedway.com.
Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern. It's NBC Sports on Sirius XM. That's NASCAR Radio Channel 90 this week. Dale Jarrett will join the crew. Pete Pistone and Mike Bagley, the bag man, on the morning drive. Again, that's 9 a.m. NBC Sports on Sirius XM.
What's interesting now is we ride along Denny Hamlin, watching him go backwards. The whole front pack here is organized to run in a line, single file in the middle of the racetrack. Denny has been trying to make moves to the bottom with no help, nobody going with him, and he continues to lose spots.
I heard the RPMs there. The car just came up behind him and gave him a little shove, but he was running wide open.
You see Chase now making a move. He sees nobody behind him. He can take a risk here and maybe go for a few spots, but get a little help from his teammate.
Yeah, what he's hoping to be able to do is just jump some guys, drive underneath Eric Jones in that 43 car, clear him, and then jump up in front of him. And then if you can just one car at a time get yourself back to the front. That was an old Daytona move. You used to do that all the time on old slick Daytona. Now Chase Elliott trying to do it here.
And he's got to make it work now because the rest of these guys have closed the gap behind him. So if he doesn't clear this 43 car, could lose some more positions here. But look how hard it is, even with the help of his teammate. Look how hard it is to clear this car on the outside. He's finally got clearance right there, but he's got to leave his teammate.
That's the question. Now what happens to Bowman? I don't know how Bowman can clear. I think Bowman will have to fall in behind. There he goes. And now here they come underneath him.
Yeah, Keselowski looking to the inside. Only 29 laps to go in stage 2. That means you probably better check your fantasy lineup.
We talked a lot about passing on the bottom. Well, this red, white, and blue #1 jockey-sponsored car by Chastain. Tape all over the front nose, but you better pay attention. He goes up the racetrack every corner. He's made a couple moves by jumping to the right rear quarter panel, and as soon as he gets there, guys, it's like game over. That's almost a free position. So, you know, you're kind of protecting left, but you really have to pay attention to the right as well.
Got a few updates coming. We'll start with Kim.
And Kurt Busch riding in that third position. I talked to him this morning, and he said despite the track changes, this is still one of his most confident circuits, and that's because he has wins here with 3 different manufacturers and 3 different teams. Right now, his major complaint, just a little bumpy on the right front. Marty.
Kim, it's hard to believe that Toyota has not won at Atlanta in 9 years. Kyle Busch, 2013 was their last win. Christopher Bell might be the guy who could deliver it this afternoon. Been in such a solid day for Bell, who is so good at this type of racing. Been very quiet on the radio too, Dave. Stalking back there. Christopher Bell, keep an eye on him.
Marty, you know, engineers have to trust the data, and Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief for the 12 car, Brian Blaney, told me this morning, we were good in March. Actually, we were good with what the weather will be today. So they didn't change anything, believing that that would be the way to go. So far, it has been. Blaney's been very fast. One thing they agree on right now, don't use the bottom. They've been talking about it on the radio.
And that 9 car just made a few spots by making that bottom work, but only taking 1 spot at a time, right? Don't go for more. Just Get by. Just I draft one car, pull that car back, create a hole in front of you, and then take the spot.
Yeah, so what is he looking at? He's looking right now. He's sitting there checking out the car in front of him. And is there space to go? So watch what he does to Harrison Burton. He turns left, is able to go to the bottom of the racetrack, takes the shortest way around, boom, pop right in front of him. He's going to try to do that all the way to the front of this field. But he's got to have space, Junior. He's got to have, like, Blaney's got to be away from the 20. If there's Blaney stays close to the 20, then there's no place for him to go.
Yeah, you have to be patient to make that move. Oh, we got a little smoke there in the back. Car spinning out of control off of turn 2. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Briscoe all alone. Don't think anyone else was involved.
Here, no damage. Get it fired up. Roll when you can.
I don't know if he had a tire failure or what. May have just gotten loose. There's a flat tire on that car now, but just out of the corner of my eye, I saw the smoke.
14 was running 14th when he spun coming off of turn number 2. Gets it going the right direction. He'll try to limp back to pit road. You see a lot of that right side coming off now.
Yeah, oh man.
I wonder if he had a flat tire early, guys, in that.
Ripped a crush panel or something out of it. Just try and go slow here. It's starting to shred the right rear. Go slow and shred in the right rear.
That's a lot of damage, Steve.
Yeah, that is a ton of damage. And that's just what we could see. We showed earlier the whole underbody, you know, and how sensitive it is. If we look at the back of this car again, you see the diffuser. It's very important for that all to stay sealed. It's all torn up. Let's take a look from the 11 of Denny Hamlin. See exactly. You mentioned flat. You mentioned smoke. I mean, you know, it's hard to say if the tire's up or not, but he's definitely kind of by himself spinning out. I mean, it looks like it would be maybe a soft tire or a flat tire, or he just loses it. Hard to say.
Either way, yeah. A lot of damage to the bottom of that car, and at a track where, I mean, they're aero dependent everywhere with that diffuser. Maybe no more so here than most tracks. So you will have a hard time. No quarter panel.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, Rick. So pits are open. Everybody can think to the end of the stage, but this is a little bit of a pit window to the end of the race. So I don't think the leaders, someone in the top 10, are going to pit because you're going to get those stage points. But here you go. If you don't think you're going to get stage points, you pit right now, and it really opens up your opportunities at the end of the stage and into the final stage, Kim.
Eric Jones, you see there in the 43, the balance not bad. He said, I'm just not fast enough to pass cars. They call 4 tires for Eric Jones in that 43.
Denny Hamlin said he wanted to come to pit road in the 11 car with a description I've never heard. He called it pedestrian. I guess that means not very good.
I'd need a thesaurus if he was my driver, but I looked that up. What's he mean exactly?
A very pedestrian day, apparently, for Denny Hamlin as he comes off pit road. Download the Goldfish free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com. Getting ready for the restart. Going to be 20 to go in stage 2 of the Quaker State 400 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. And Dawsonville has definitely been a popular place today. Hometown to Chase Elliott and Father Awesome Bill. And Rutledge Wood is there with City View.
Rick, I'm here inside the Dawsonville pool room. Folks are hanging out. They're enjoying the look. We got the kitchen going over here. How you guys doing? Looking good? Burgers are looking great. We got, of course, the pool table behind me. Fans ranging from 4 to 88, and there's history everywhere you look in the walls here. I told them I wanted the Kyle Petty, so they made me a cheeseburger, and they're going to curl my hair a little bit more later. Pretty exciting when you come here, but I tell you what, if Chase wins, we're going to get my truck out, start that siren up a little bit later. Fingers crossed here, Rick.
So, Rick, we had a conversation about how do you pronounce it? Because it's a siren in my world.
Well, I will get a lot of heat on social media because in Dawsonville, they call it the siren. And then I, coming from Nebraska, would call it a siren. But, you know, I think it's just whichever you prefer.
I just wanted all of it deflected back on you, Rick. So I wasn't going to take it. No, I was going to take no shots at what I called it.
Hand out the window there for Chase Elliott. Again, the winner of stage number 1 and currently running in the 6th position. Get a few updates before we get back to green. We'll start with Dave.
And talking about the green number 8 of Tyler Reddick, he has gone rights, lefts, rights. Do they go lefts next time? Hard to say. Randall Burnett's called a good race for him today, and the latest from the driver is the car is, quote, pretty good. That's what you like to hear on a hot day at Atlanta, Kim.
Crew Chief Greg Ives for Alex Bowman told me they are points hunting. They did that in stage 1. Now they're doing it in stage 2. As it goes green, they told Alex, wait until handling comes into play and then make your move. He currently runs in the 7th position, Marty.
Welcome back to the top 10. Ross Chastain. Yes, the same Ross Chastain who was in the wall earlier and had that accident with Martin Truex Jr. They've got the car mostly fixed. They're a little bit worried about some of that tape staying on. It is coming up in some spots, but as the choose comes, see, we've talked about the recovery for this team. You know, here in March, they were down 2 laps, came back and finished in the top 10. So today, that looked like a lot of damage, but once again, they have found a way back into the top 10.
Yeah, it might be a little draggy if you were leading the line, but he's able to run in the pack. We talked about that big spoiler in the air that, you know, the hole it punches. That's helping this car. You see on the left-hand side, the variety. I mean, it's a who's who and a what's what of pit strategy. When you're on pit road, how many tires you took. The important thing is I don't think tires matter as much as when you were on pit road. Don't think of it as laps on your tires like in other places. Think about it as fuel in the tank. That's the most important part. These guys are all strategizing to have the correct amount of fuel or the most fuel on the last stop. You want to be on pit lane as little time as possible once you're in that last fuel window. Get your guy to the front. Get a nice cold Coke, sit back, and cheer your driver on, because there's not much you're going to be able to do from the top of the pit box after that.
Steve, you continue to educate myself as well as all the fans, but these guys coming on, say, lap 138, they could come again at the end of the stage, but they don't have to take as much fuel, so it's a lot shorter on pit road.
Simple. Look at it like this. 40-something laps, let's call it about 6.5 seconds less fuel they need. So they in theory, can save 6 seconds on a pit stop if they only want to take 2 tires. The 18 damage continuing to get worse.
And coming back to the restarts, William Byron and Tyler Reddick making up row 1. A lot of pushing going on now.
What kind of race, Rick, will we see to the finish here as they were all organized in a line, very comfortable and happy to be racing in a line with no big moves, but now side by side throughout the field and points on the line at the end of this stage.
A little bit of side drafting there as the 8 moves up, but the 24 of William Byron easily surging ahead, and Byron back out in front of the field. Now he'll decide which line he wants to choose to stay in front of. Right now, Kurt Busch with a little bit of run. He stays in front of Kurt until they get into the turn, and then he dives down to the bottom of the racetrack in front of Tyler Reddick.
And he shut both those lanes down doing that move right there. Now we're looking almost 3 wide there. They think better of it down the back straightaway. Big push from the 20 car down into turn 3. Kurt Busch is pretty good position on this corner exit here to maybe make a move. The inside line is now separated.
Momentum top.
Yep, the top momentum's coming.
Top here, 45.
Spotters.
Off you, big shove from the 12. Now bottom gets a big shove. 45 all the way to you. Half off you, bottom. Half off you, bottom. You broke the momentum, 3/4. Just you and the 8 single file. Half to 3/4 off you. 45 half off him. Got a big shove going inside of the 8. Block the bottom. Block the bottom. 1.5 to 2 to both. Stove them up. 1.5 to 2 to both.
Brandon Lyons.
Top's got majority. Top's got majority.
Man, listen to that stuff. He goes up the list of good spotters for me. That was some awesome information, giving Byron everything he needs to know and then some to paint the picture of what's happening behind that 24 car out front.
And Brandon's foundation for spotting. He spotted short tracks all over this country. We see the battle for the lead. He honed his skills on the short tracks, and he's worked himself here by the work that he did. He is a very good spotter. Marty.
Hey, Jeff here. Brandon Lyons saying shoot them both, meaning kind of block both lanes, play the middle. That's what they did. Talked to Reedy Fugel this morning. He said, I'm going to do everything I can to control this race. But Tyler Reddick now trying to control the race.
Momentum. Reddick's going to have the momentum down the back straightaway. Some drafting help from the 12. Oh, man. Williams wishing now that he would have protected that high side a little bit more and not allowed that 8 to get to that quarter panel on the top. Steve, you mentioned it. If they get to that right rear, it's over. Guys are starting to learn that more and more, and I expect this line to get higher and higher, especially for the lead car. Look where the 8's running now.
And Dale, if I'm on your pit box, I think you know that, but I'm not assuming it. We're going to have this conversation in this stage break, right? If you haven't seen it, this is what's happening. You've been up here and hoping you're seeing it, but maybe it didn't happen to you, or maybe you just hadn't been in the right spot at the right time. So we're having that conversation about how just vital that right rear quarter panel is.
Chipping away. Here comes the 24 once again. William Byron up to the inside now of Blaney. Chase Elliott. That's for third.
You see in the corners, it's just shorter way around the racetrack on the bottom, but when they get to the straight, it's this long line. Just such an advantage aerodynamically. William Byron's going to make some ground up in the corner. Let's go back and listen to the 10 car of Eric Almirola.
They told Ross that we were frustrated. He's like, yeah, I felt him pushing us, but he's like, I'm just doing what I can, you know? He's an idiot, and he knows it. It's 10-4. 10-4. We'll be fine. He better hope I don't see him at food line.
And there you have it.
Well, you see him right now on the racetrack, and he's got to be your buddy. Oh, look at the move right here.
So Food Lion's the place?
Apparently that's where they shop. So.
Oh, man. Groceries are friends.
Once again, the movement by the 24, very slight, but he still is just inching closer and closer as now the 9 comes down in the middle of the racetrack, but the 24 of Byron up to the inside of Ryan Blaney for second.
Big push in the back of that 12 car. Not enough. I'm just hoping that push is big enough to really make that 8 have to defend hard.
That bottom line's gotten longer and longer. Look how many cars are in it now.
All right, so guys, my anxiety is pegged. If I'm not a top 12 car right here, I'm coaching, let's get out of here. Stage end, points are rewarded, we're not getting any. Let's not end our day in these last 9 laps having these guys wreck in front of us. I know that's unpopular to kind of give up on a stage, but if you can't reach the top 10, just get out of the mix.
Yeah, the difference is you don't put a helmet on in that pit box, and when you put that helmet on, the blood gets squeezed, and you don't think straight, Steve.
That's why I'd be on the radio loud, making sure you heard me.
These guys, man, they are racing for points, and there's an opportunity. Look, William Byron, they jumped on the outside of him.
Yeah, way off the pace there, and now Kurt Busch had to move up to the high side to avoid him, and he's trying that high line to get by for the 5th position. He'll take it away as William Byron's dropping back.
Oh, the 12 looking around here. Thought he was trying to maybe go to the bottom, take some momentum off the nose of that 9 car and go to the bottom here. They're going to have a big push, Jeff. Watch this.
Huge push.
Oh, the 9 says no. I'm going to take the spot. He's got his teammate Bowman with him down to the inside here.
Big run by Chase Elliott as he gets right up to the back bumper of Tyler Reddick.
And he has to leave his teammate down there by himself, so Bowman's in a bad position here. Chase has got another run, some help from the 12. Where does he go? He tries to go to the bottom.
Coming up on 6 laps to go here in stage 2. Once again, the crowd roaring as they see the 9 go to the front.
Nosed out to 8.
No doubt they love the Elliots in this part of the country.
Car in the bottom. Now Blaney went down there. 8's still nosed out, but no help. Blaney nosed out now.
That's the 9 car audio.
8 has the 45. 8 nosed out, no help though.
Eddie DeHaant's the spotter.
Had a pretty big lead right there, but now it's back to a comfortable lead to defend.
You're starting to see some new players, too.
Yeah.
The 6 of Brad Keselowski right there. Harrison Burton back in the mix. You got the 7 of LaJoy, the 20 of Bell.
I love seeing that 6 up there. I got him in my fantasy lineup this week. I thought he'd take some risk today.
See right there, Blaney in that 12 car, he saw a hole in the outside and he took it. He felt like he was going to get stuck on the bottom, didn't want to be leading that bottom line. He still, if he gets a run, he can make a move and have some guys behind him, but he was afraid he was just going to go backwards.
4 to go.
And my anxiety is now calming a little bit, Rick. They're a little more organized.
Oh, you are foolish. That's such a tough decision. You see Brad Keselowski looking, should I make this move? He knows if he makes it and it doesn't work, he's going to lose spots.
That's right. That's why they're hesitant to do anything other than stay in line. They're going to sit there and wait. Look at that 7 car way up the racetrack. Corey gets into the ground a little bit. Car bouncing a little bit, has to get out of the gas. No help behind him as he's losing some positions. Look where Byron's at now, having been stuck on the bottom for all this time.
Ross Chastain just going by him.
Somebody dove to the inside here. Bowman. He's going to get a little help from the 20, though. Man, he's so glad to see that. Look at the 8 car trying to get to the right rear quarter panel of the 9 up front. Kurt Busch to the inside.
Yep, Kurt Busch in the 45 making the move for second now with just 2 laps to go here in stage 2.
Bowman squeezes in the outside line. Keselowski 3 wide into turn 1.
What a run.
Wow.
The 6 of Brad Keselowski, driver owner for RFK Racing, has moved his way up into the 2nd position.
Big run right here by the 8. Didn't really have anything he could do with it. Brad Keselowski on the bottom.
Oh, 48, sorry. A right rear tire goes down on that car.
Bowman around. They come up on 1 lap to go in stage 2. And the caution will come out. The stage will end under caution.
Rick, that's exactly what we saw in this race in March from a lot of cars. That's, I think, the first one, Steve, that we saw today with the right rear tire failures. And why is that happening?
So that's absolutely right. A lot of them in the spring. This is the same tire combination Goodyear brought. As you see the 48 stuck with 2 left sides, NASCAR will help him get back to pit road. He might lose a lap, but he won't be out of the race. So back to your point, Junior, same tire combination. The team's much smarter than they were in March. You know, they've been to a lot of different racetracks, but the conversation is we start to see cars that are driving really well and actually have pretty good speed fail tires the most. So the question mark is that aero load, is it tire setup? I've heard a lot of different opinions. In the end, we now see the 48, Chase Elliott, goes on to win the stage. Crowd goes wild again, Rick.
And so Steve, we see that now later in the race, and that could be an issue going forward because the pace is picking up in these cars. They're all more in the throttle, more load.
Yeah, we also have to remember that Bowman was last on pit road at lap 95, so over 65 laps on these tires. I don't know if that's contributing. Something to keep in mind, though, is it's obvious a flat right rear tire in the 48.
He goes around. Chase Elliott sweeps the stages at Atlanta. Dawsonville pool room happy to see Chase Elliott sweeping the stages. He won stage 1, just won stage 2. And the field making their way onto pit road as we get ready for stage 3. Kim.
And you'll see Brad Keselowski in the 6. He said, I'm not handling good, but I'm not handling bad. Said, make no changes. The call is going to be 4 tires. They reminded Brad, we will literally be waiting on gas. Dave?
Tyler Reddick has taken 2 tires all day long. He skids through his pit stall, so he's got to come back a little bit. It'll be 4 here. Marty sets him up for 2 later.
Dave, it's been a perfect race for the hometown hero, Chase Elliott, trying to get his first ever Atlanta win. His dad, Bill, won 5 races here. He said the balance is really good when I'm out front. A long stop there, especially on the left rear. He said he's back in traffic, which he will be now. Car too tight.
Saw the race off pit road. A lot of guys, no tires, overshooting your pit for Tyler Reddick. Big mistake on pit road. So much action continuing on USA throughout the season. 9 of the next 11 Cup Series races will be right here on USA. Of course, pre- and post-race shows on USA for those races, as well as the Xfinity Series races. 10 of the next 11 Xfinity Series races on USA. Want to check in with Peacock Pit Box and KP and Brad.
Kyle, so last time we were here, we saw a lot of tires go down, right rear tires go down. We just saw our first one. Does that give you any angst?
A little bit, because that was a long segment. You know what I mean? If we look at segment 2, and now we're headed into that final 100 laps, 90-some laps. And this is when you got to make something happen. You got to be a little bit freer. You got to make something happen on the racetrack. So we're going to see a little bit more. So I don't want to think that.
Yeah.
But I have to say, this reminds me of the spring.
It does just a little bit. And I also, is the entire field mad at Ross Chastain? Does anyone like Ross Chastain right now?
Yeah, but Ross is waving at about half of them as he goes back by him and pulls his way in the 10. I tell you what, no matter how much damage is on that car, he has driven that car back into maybe not contention to win, but contention for points.
All right, Rick, Ross for boss.
Well, Ross Chastain has consistently had top 10 finishes all season long. He's been one of the best.
He has, and unfortunately, One driver we were going to have circled for today. Brad, look away. I don't want you to see this next shot, but the 47 has gone to the garage area. We're hearing motor issues perhaps on the 47. We'll get an official word, but you see the helmet on the roof and the driver get out. I just know this is disappointing because Stenhouse, known as such a good drafter. Unfortunate situation. We were also showing the 6 of Brad Keselowski. He had an issue on this pit stop for interference, which basically means something left your pit stall and got into somebody else's. They don't really get tires that roll away anymore unless they go across pit road. It looks like the right front, when they rolled it, kind of leaked into the 41. So right here, watch this guy on the right front. It leaks this direction. You're looking over here. That right there is the 41 stall, and you see the tire changer then fall. That's interfering with another man. You can't play defense, Rick. You can have a good bad stop, but there's no defense on pit road.
I was going to say, there's defense on the racetrack. We've seen it all race long.
And also, guys, Kyle Busch, he was the first car lap down when that caution came out, so now he is back in the lead lap. Car is obviously damaged, but anything can happen at this race.
And a lot more tape on the left front of the 18. And he was the benefactor of the free pass. Now it's Cindric up front and Eric Almirola making up row 1. Cindric on the outside, Almirola on the inside. Final stage underway at Atlanta. Eric Jones in the 43, giving Cindric a shove.
And once again, some new players in the front of the field. First time these cars have been up there. They don't really know how the car is going to drive in clean air. Cindric, remember, early in the race, fell all the way back to last place. Car driving horrible.
How about Petty GMS? Both their cars up here.
42 and 43 were side by side for just a moment there with Ty Dillon. He's right behind Almirola, as Almirola falling back just a little bit there. You see him in the 42 just in front of Denny Hamlin from this Coca-Cola camera.
Denny's thinking, man, how do I get out of this line? I need to get either in the top line or a big enough run to try to dive to the bottom. I don't think he has a ton of confidence in this 42 car and what it might be able to do to move forward. And he sees that outside line going by.
See how close he got to Ty Dillon. It's amazing to me. They know that he is 1 inch from that bumper.
When you hear Denny Hamlin get out of the gas right before he hits the back bumper of the 42. Dave.
And remember the pedestrian car he talked about earlier. He doesn't like the high line. He says I get too loose when I'm up there. So I don't think they've got it fully corrected yet on the red and white 11.
And that last yellow was for the 48. Alex Beaumont's that flat tire. We saw him assisted back to pit road. Well, they now are officially out of the race. DEP, the clock expired as we saw a big movement right there out of the 42.
Denny finally's like, I had enough of this. Lost too many spots.
That was a late move into one. Great job by Ty Dillon knowing that he was there.
Look at Smithley in this 15. Was way off the pace early in the race. Lost the lap, worked his way back up into it. Don't see that name up in this pack too often. There's the move by Denny around the 42. The 42, Ty Dillon just struggling for pace right now. Denny had to get away, get around this car, losing too many spots. Oh man.
And Dale, you mentioned that 15. Rick Ware Racing is an organization, we don't talk a whole lot about. Joey Hand in the car at times, Priest in the car at times, doing a great job as we see the 43 takes the lead away from Cindric.
Oh, big wreck back behind. And there's the 15 involved. Ty Dillon in the 42 also involved.
The 24, Byron. Brad Keselowski was having a good day. Bubba Wallace.
Looking off the helmet cam of Bubba Wallace. Tries to fire it back up. Tyler Reddick went through the grass. You see it all on that grill opening.
Oh, no.
Big damage on William Byron, that right front.
Yeah, such a fast car today.
Now listen, I said big damage. I'm almost going to take that back. We have seen the one car, I'm going to call it similar damage, maybe not as much in the front, but the fenders and stuff, and they taped it up, and it was great. So we're just going to have to see. It looks like that right front shaking around a little bit. I can't tell if it's flat or has a broken toe link. We'll take a look. How did it happen here, guys? Let's take a look.
The 15 gets out of shape, out of the gas. Nobody has anywhere to go. I don't know if the 15 might have had a flat entering the corner. Looked like he was having some type of an issue and out of the throttle. And you could see him checking the back of the car. So watch the 15. He's lifting, wiggling out of the throttle. And this is a super speedway type of event where if a guy's lifting like that, you've got nowhere to go. You see everybody piling in.
I see Todd Gilliland is having a good day early. He's got a little damage. That wiggle right there, and just Kyle Larson couldn't see that. He had no idea that that problem was going on. Got in the back of Ty Dillon.
.42 calls that. 42 just stopped us. He is so stupid sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree. I mean, the 15's wiggling loose out of the gas, and them guys can't, they can't go anywhere. I mean, the 42's getting run over. Ty Dillon and all those guys really had nowhere to go to be able to avoid the 15.
Yeah, I understand the frustration, and unless we miss something, I don't see how that is Ty Dillon's fault.
There's another car right behind that 42 of Ty Dillon as well.
Let's take another look. This is leaving, I believe, 1 and 2 to get ready to head down the backstretch. He's just out of the frame right. He's behind this 10 car. You're going to see this 12 in line, the pink 15 right behind him. Goes down in the corner.
Actually,
I mean, listen, so did
Larson
the 42
hit the 42?
Well, did the 42 make contact and hit the 15? Yes. But the 15 was absolutely not at pace with every other car. I mean, I thought the same thing you drivers thought, that the 15 had an issue. If it was a handling issue, then I can't put that on Ty Dillon. I mean, that is a huge closing rate going into turn 3.
Yeah, we saw the 5 of Kyle Larson actually hit the 42 of Ty Dillon right before he made contact with the 15. Get ready for world-class speed and Southern charm in USA's newest reality series, Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane. Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. only on USA.
All right, so drivers, we took another look under brake, and I'm sticking with my opinion. The 15 is very slow into the corner. 42 has nowhere to go.
Yeah, watch Kyle Larson. Watch this 5 car. So the 15 car starts to have a problem. Kyle Larson doesn't know it. He cannot see the 15 car. He's offset to the right. There's no way Kyle Larson has any idea that the 15's having a problem. He gets into the back of Ty Dillon, and there we go. Hey, man, racing happens. It's not always somebody's fault. Somebody has a problem, his car's wiggling around. Clearly, he's got something going on, and they just catch up on him and run into him. It's just, this many cars this close together, you're going to have some of this.
Trying to pull the 15 back behind the wall as pit road is very busy with pit stops taking place. Marty.
Yeah, you see Kyle Larson, who was in the middle of all that. As you guys said, the visibility was not for him. So fuel here, and it's been an interesting conversation as they're going to check the right side to make sure that everything is good. Fuel here for everybody coming down pit road, Steve. So that's the game today. How short can you make your next stop to be able to make it to the end of the race? Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson, a long conversation about that under this caution too.
So Rick, here's basically the thing. How short can you make it unless you have track position? Then you don't want to give it up. It's like, easier said than done. But if you're at the back half, I love all these calls.
Popular to be up front. That's what you want. Track position. Eric Jones is leading.
Watching these cars come to the choose cone for this restart. Watch this one car. Goes to the inside. First car now on the inside line. Ross Chastain willing to take a gamble on that inside. We know that outside's been strong all day long, but that's an opportunity for these guys when they have a choose rule at all these racetracks.
They added a lap. They won't re-choose, so it will still line up this way. As you see the lights that had come back on but now are off of the pace car. They'll make them go one more time around before we see the green flag. That means we'll restart with 84 laps to go in this race, Steve.
84 laps. I don't believe anyone can make it from here on fuel, but as Marty pointed out, guys are coming down. They're very, very close. So it's a splash of gas for everybody that just came down pit road. Probably closer to 1 can for the other cars that pitted at lap 162. But pit road, I don't think is the big conversation here. It might determine what it's going to be, but I think we just showed it. It's the choose rule drivers, what lane you're in, what can you do with that momentum. And who are you around? I mean, look, like Eric Jones, they're just new players, right? So do you have the confidence in what these people are going to do with their car when it matters most? Still 85 laps to go, though.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we're coming up on 84 to go. So let's take a look at the Ruoff Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane.
Get track position and keep it. It's so important. You see Ross Chastain's move to the front of this line. It's how you'll win this race. Take advantage of restarts.
Yeah, those pushes on the restart, as you mentioned, very important. And then the spotter relationship. You know, what kind of practice have you been doing all day long? You know, does your spotter know where you need to be? Has he educated you? Dale and I have talked about that move to the right rear quarter panel. So that relationship with your spotter is going to be tested in the closing laps.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to be really interesting right here is that one car, you see the damage. One thing that I've heard from all the drivers is that it's more important in this car versus the old car for the lead car to be slippery and fast. Let's see what happens with the damage on that one car if he can lead this line.
He's been aggressive. We'll see what happens. They come back to the green flag. It's Eric Jones on the outside with a good shove from Austin Cindric. Now Chase Elliott giving the one of Ross Chastain a push as they go into turn one.
They are connected bumper to bumper, inside and outside lane.
Staying locked up. We'll see how long they do this. Now the 9 drops back off. The 43 still had help from Cindric as they entered 3. Still side by side for the lead. Chastain on the inside. Jones on the outside.
Good organization on the outside line here.
There's your push. Still on you.
But there's 2 fast race cars on that inside line, and Ross as well. We know he'll be aggressive side drafting, doing what he needs to do.
Closer to you than that second.
Ross Chastain, a road course win and then a win at Talladega. 2 wins already this year. Still fairly orderly as they go 2 by 2. In that first pack, it splits up just a bit. Just past the top 10.
And that 4th car on the outside line right behind Kevin Harvick here in the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam. Justin Haley in that 31 doing a nice job in that car. When I think of restrictor plate racers in the Xfinity Series, he comes to mind. He always seemed to be a move ahead, knew what to do and when to do it. Well, here's his chance. Now he's on Sundays, a new racetrack, new for some of these veterans. That might be an advantage to the 31. They have the same amount of experience when it comes to the new Atlanta.
All right, the inside line's real close together. The 9 in the back of the 1 car down the back straightaway. This should clear the 1 and the 9. Easily into 1st and 2nd place there.
So that gamble on the choose you pointed out, Junior, paid off for Chastain.
9 does not move up. And now running right in the middle, but stays on the back bumper of the 1. Marty.
I mean, Rick, this year the 1 team has done some amazing things. Ross Chastain, terrific behind the wheel, but this might be the best one out front after a wreck early here in Atlanta. So, Steve, how much do you trust your bear bond if you're Phil Surgeon, the crew chief? They had to come in and patch you back up after the last stop, Junior. Yeah, some crazy moves out there as they go around the 15 car, a lap car, as we mentioned a moment ago. So that bear bond hanging on for now, but remember the body earlier was separated from the splitter after that wreck.
The 20 car. Christopher Bell, massive save. Almost had a big crash in the middle of 3 and 4 there.
I thought he had a flat tire, Dale. Yeah. He got so sideways. I didn't think he could continue.
And then his blend into the line off of 4 equally as close to creating an issue. Whew.
What about Corey LaJoie in the 7, running up here in 3rd right now? Spire Motorsports, a 2-car team, and LaJoie carrying the banner today. Dave.
Rick, is he ever motivated? His best finish of the season, you guessed it, right here, Atlanta in March, of 5th place. And coming into this race, they knew that they had a shot. Ryan Sparks, crew chief, told me we just get the car perfect for him and he can do it again. Corey loves this type of racing and is showing it again today.
Corey does such a good job. The son of Randy LaJoie, Xfinity champion, longtime family, longtime racers, winners. Corey's done it all. Built race cars, set them up himself, won in them. Go back and watch this battle. Christopher Bell and Corey.
He gets loose. He's sideways right there. Big correction now following here. Blends just right into the back of that 7 car. Very close for all those guys. Usually they have been able to save those kind of moments, but good job by Christopher Bell and everybody around.
So we talked about the concern of that one car with the damage on the nose, but right now it seems the pace seems to be good. There's not a lot of energy, though, behind those front 3 cars, so it's going to be very hard for Chase Elliott to make a move.
Yeah,
they're coming, though.
He's not getting any help from behind. The 7 car of LaJoie needs someone pushing him as well. And as this group here behind him runs side by side, they've been able to keep that little bit of a lead, but now they're starting to single file out. Marty, give us some more on that 9 car.
Well, Junior, I think for now, Chase Elliott content to ride behind Ross Chastain. Why? Listen on the radio.
So shorter on fuel for them. If you're in a situation where you're boxed in and you can't make any progress, take care of the fuel.
And Steve, despite what we saw happen with his teammate Alex Bowman, all the conversation from crew chiefs is about fuel, 75 to go. So why are they talking about fuel so much?
Well, you've made a great point on pit road about trying to stay ahead of it by filling it up every pit stop. Well, the other way you need less fuel, save it on the racetrack.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably served. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Growing up, I was afraid of clowns.
Yep, still am.
I love to make people smile. It's just what I do. So when Toyota gave fans the opportunity, I designed a funny car.
Is the clown car growing on me? Nope. But it has changed the way we celebrate in Victory Lane.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win at sponsorfire.com.
They're ready to race. Just look at that man drive. It looks like a race right down to the checkered flag. 4, 3, 2, 1.
For the moments that thrill and the memories that last. Go to NASCAR.com/shop.
Caution is out, and you saw it a nonstop. The heavily damaged 18 of Kyle Busch was sideways. Also, Cody Ware in the 51 got into the wall on the backstretch.
What happened? There's 3 cars in the frame. The 18's already sideways.
Yeah, look at Steve. Look at the 51. So he's in. He comes around and crashes into the back straightaway wall. Look at the. That's just interesting. I didn't know how he got there from the apron.
That makes 2 of us.
Here we go. Yep. So he's loose. Whoa!
Right
back
there.
up the racetrack.
77 of Landon Castle's like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm getting out of here.
Oh, the toe link I think might be broke.
Well, guys, it doesn't matter what all the strategies we talk about or how much math you do. It seems like these races still fall down to that magical number. We said at the beginning of the race that we thought 65 to 70 laps, and now we're right on that window. We wondered what happened. Let's take a listen to the 18.
Apparently, when you run back here, the spotters don't stay awake.
I'm assuming he's talking about Landon Castle and Reed Sorensen, the spotter, because that's who was behind them. But it was a very odd wreck. Like, they were all 3 running together. You know, you don't normally see that. Also under that caution, when that caution came out, Bubba Wallace was the first car 1 lap down. So he now will get back in the lead lap.
So as we see the 18 on pit road was closed this time around. He obviously needed to come in for some damage and some tires. Now the question is, coming around to 69 to go, I really believe everyone on the lead lap will be coming down pit road and packing it full of Sunoco fuel. The question is, do you need tires? Do you not need tires? I mean, maybe a couple, but I can't see anybody putting 4 on at this point, or at least nobody that's near the front of the pack.
And this is the time of the race too, Steve, where we see people get aggressive, even on pit road, getting in their boxes. We see damage, trying to leave their boxes. A lot of cars still on the lead lap, and these pit boxes are relatively small.
Here they come, the field, all in line behind one of Ross Chastain. Dave.
Third place, Corey LaJoie was told his time on pit road would be 3.3 seconds. That means fuel only for the 7, Marty.
Boy, Dave, could be the final stop to the day, as Steve mentioned. Right on the edge of making it all the way, Christopher Bell told Adam Stevens, I need help, a lot of help for that Toyota to get better. Ross Chastain was surprised how good the car was out front. Right side tires for him, also right side tires for Chase Elliott as well. Happy with the handling, and there you go. How about Corey LaJoie, the no tire call? He leaves pit road with the lead.
Corey LaJoie will be the first to choose when they come back to the choose cone. We'll see where he will restart. Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott right behind him. Join Liv, Finn, and the dedicated detectives of the Special Victims Unit as they race to bring the bad guys to justice on Law & Order SVU. Coming up after our race coverage on USA. Well, it's been an interesting day for Chase Elliott. Rudd, how has it been at Dawsonville in the pool room there?
Rick, it's awesome. First off, watching a race with a concentrated group of Chase Elliott fans, as he has been up front all day long, all the oohs and ahs. Every time there's someone wrecking, this whole crowd goes, oh! It's amazing. The Bully Burger's fantastic. The fries are great. I wish y'all were here. We were there. But you know what? It's raining here, sunny there. So hopefully, are y'all ready for Chase to get a win? Yeah! I think it's looking good from us here, Rick. That's for sure.
And one more thing, Rutt. I need to know who gets to push the button or to engage the siren. Who gets that honor? So if you could check that out for us, we'd love to hear the answer to that as we're getting ready to choose inside, outside. Corey LaJoie is going to restart outside. He'll have Ross Chastain behind him. Chase Elliott goes to the inside. Daniel Suarez will restart behind Chase Elliott.
You know, Rick, we just talk about, you know, so many first-time winners, and I know we have a lot of winners inside the top 5, right, with Elliott, Chastain, Suarez, Hamlin. But as the field kind of gets eliminated a little bit, a car at a time, just think of the guys that still could do it. You talk about upsetting the playoff pace. How about Eric Jones back there in row 5? And we still got over 60 laps to go. He's definitely – anybody on the lead lap has a chance right now, and there are a lot of cars in lead lap, Dave, that could win and make it very nerve-wracking for some other veterans.
Corey LaJoie could do it, that blue and green 7 car. I had one crew chief tell me, hey, there could be a 17th winner. We got to watch out for that, or a 14th winner this year, or 17 total. Anyway, so Corey was told that the fuel put in would free his car up. That should help the handling, but save like you've never saved before, Marty.
Terrific conversation between Ross Chastain and Phil Surgeon, his crew chief, on the choose. Listen.
So I was wide open there. There's going to be lifting second on back. Really don't want to be behind the 7, but I can push him, I think, as long as the bumper's good enough. There's nothing wrong with pushing to mess up our repair work. Definitely not on the right front.
Hey, Steve, how about that good information from Phil Surgeon to his driver to say, hey, you can push on the right front. That's what I want you to use if you're going to push someone for the rest of the race.
Coming back to the green, Corey LaJoie on the outside. Chase Elliott on the inside. Ross Chastain wondering how hard he can push. LaJoie dives down to the bottom of the racetrack, gets right in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Yeah, LaJoie did a good job getting through the gears there to be able to pull down in front of Chase. Now what does he do? He's got to block one way or another. Chase trying to push this 7 car down the back straightaway. They get up in front of Chastain to be able to block his momentum. Chase now going to the outside. Thinks better of it. Not a lot of room out there.
I think the safest thing to do for LaJoie would be to not give the top up, right? If they're going to pass you, make them pass you on the bottom, because help's going to come on the top, and you're not going to lose that many spots, in my opinion, if you stay the top. That's what he's done right there. He just ran the middle of the racetrack.
Junior, how comfortable are you pushing the 7 of Corey LaJoie, who normally is not up front here? He's not used to being up front here. He doesn't run with this pack normally during a race.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine pushing Corey. He's going to be able to handle whatever they can throw at him. And you can see it right here, that 9 car shoving him down the straightaway. You don't even have to really make contact with the car. There's a little beach ball still. The effect of the beach ball in between these cars is still there from the old car. So sometimes you can just shove a guy out with actually not even making contact with the bumper of the car. We'll see right there exactly that 9 car doing just that. And it shoves that 7 car way out into a lead. Now that's the one thing Corey doesn't want to see is that big lead, because they get a run on him, it's going to be huge. They'll be able to try to make an attempt at a pass. Right now, it seems like they're all content, though, Jeff, to stay in line, maybe try to organize and stay in line and get themselves toward the front and keep that track position.
Well, I think right now there's just not a lot of energy from Chastain. Like, he's just, that damage on the nose is hurting the car a little bit, and that's keeping him from pushing Chase Elliott.
Marty.
Hey, Rick, I think, honestly, Junior, you're right about the 9, and I think the 1 as well. They're content to let Corey LaJoie lead. Steve, we talked about this morning. When you're out front, you burn way more fuel than even the guy sitting in second place pushing you. It's about a 3-lap penalty if you're going to lead for a whole run. So, as I say, that Chase Elliott going for the lead around Corey LaJoie. And put it back in line, didn't he?
Yeah. He looked down low a little bit. Now, there is an association between Hendrick Motorsports and Spire, which is who the 7 of Corey LaJoie drives for. They get engines from Hendrick Motorsports as well as a little bit of help in the engineering department. And so that Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie team up front has a little association there.
And look at this 1 car diving to the bottom in front of Truex. Truex was backwards in the wall earlier today, now sitting there on that inside line. But I don't know that Corey's got enough pace, because this inside line is starting to work and build and develop, Jeff. And now, look, going for the lead. The 1 car on the inside of the 7 coming off of turn 4.
But I'm still okay with that move that Corey is making, because look at the help coming on the outside. Corey might ultimately lose this lead, but you're not going to get hung out as badly if you stay on the top. We've seen all day long, if people bail on you and you're on the bottom, you're going to go to the back. You're always going to get help if you can run that top.
How about the 19 of Truex, 2nd car on the inside line, looking for his first win of the season. He was in a wreck, and now he's here. I thought he was, out of the race, didn't have a chance. How about that? The Toyota driver update. I mean, it's been up and down low all the way back to 35th. There's only 36 cars in the field, so he has covered it all, Kim.
And James Small, the crew chief, told me this morning this is going to be a race of survival. Now, they were in that accident you guys mentioned, but they survived it, and that is key. They are running up front currently in the fifth position, looking for that first win of the season.
Battle for the lead now down the back straightaway.
We saw the 9 peak ahead of the 7, has dove to the bottom of the racetrack. He will clear the 7, and Chase Elliott once again out front at Atlanta.
Well, the 9's going to take Jeff Burton's thoughts, and he's going to park it back in that top lane, isn't he, Jeff? He thinks that's where he wants to be with all the momentum.
Yeah, I think he's going to block all he can. Corey LaJoie says, I'm going to get the lead back, drives to the bottom.
Does he clear him?
Yes, he does.
He did.
He moves up the racetrack, but now the 9 back to the inside. Look at this racing. This is amazing.
No help right now for the 9 until that 1 of Ross Chastain gets to his bumper.
Yeah, Chase did not clear Corey. Now they're bailing to the outside.
Oh, Ross squeezes right in front of Denny Hamlin. That was really, really tight. They're all so tight, bumper to bumper.
It's hard to believe Corey LaJoie told NASCAR.com in an article this week that he was coming here for a walk-off win, swinging for the fences to make the playoffs, and it was a great soundbite. But reading it, I'm not sure I believed it, and here he is leading the race with 57 to go.
Well, the young man, the 30-year-old from Concord, when I was coming up to the booth about 2.5 hours prior to the start of this race, I saw Corey coming out from a sponsor engagement where he was talking with sponsors, and he stopped because there was a young man in a wheelchair that wanted an autograph. And Corey stopped, went down, signed an autograph, took a picture. A great young man and having a great race here running in the 2nd spot.
Chase Elliott back to the lead on that inside line for the whole race. We've seen that outside line be the way to make passes. It has changed a little bit. Look at this inside line making some headway. Truex in the 19 trying to make it work. They're not really tight together. He doesn't have a ton of help behind him.
That's the problem with this inside. People tend to, seems like they get nervous about getting hung out and they start moving back to the top.
We love our new home.
It's got granite countertops, crown molding. It's just...
There's so much hammering in the neighborhood.
It's a lot.
Enough cereal.
Oh, come on.
Not cool, Thors. Anyone got a light?
I'll order pizza. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Does save us a lot.
See Marvel Studios' Thor, Love and Thunder, only in theaters.
Not this again.
And for bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
Running the sanctuary absolutely brings me peace. The work is 100% cathartic for me. You know, I find myself getting tied up in it and being busy, and then it's really nice just to sit, breathe in life, and it's beyond zen.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Hun, you've got to see this. The WeatherTech's here.
Wow, that was fast.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone. WeatherTech.
The biggest event of the summer is coming in hot. And Monday night is where it's heating up.
You are in the right place. The time is now. Here we go.
Raw, live, Monday at 8, only on USA.
There are few who have come to St Andrews and walked out an Open champion twice. For Tiger to do it a third time would be legendary.
The 150th Open on USA and Peacock.
Under 50 laps to go at Atlanta. This aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. You're watching the Quaker State 400 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Still, Chase Elliott out front, but now it's Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 right behind him.
The runs are bigger, the blocks are bigger, the pushes are bigger. You can just feel the, the anxiety, the excitement, the energy kind of growing on the racetrack. Even the crowd, as I look out the window, they're kind of on the edge of their seats. I think they can feel it as well.
Every time that 9 car goes into the lead, they all stand up and cheer.
Yeah, this racing has been amazing. We have to applaud what Marcus Smith and the whole crew did. The transformation of Atlanta Motor Speedway, it has been really, really unbelievable.
At this particular point in the run, though, I'm worried about the pace and these right rear tires. We saw one failure earlier at the end of stage 2 with the 48 car. And these guys made the adjustment since March to be able to avoid that in this final stage. Now that we have more load, more speed, more pace.
Yeah, one car I want to pay attention to, Austin Cindric. We saw him early in the race. He was struggling big time. Been watching him on this run. He has found a way to go to the bottom of the racetrack, pick up a ton of spots. Now he's under attack from Suarez, but they've got that car much better than it was early in the race, Kim.
Yeah, they made some significant changes, air pressure, wedge, everything they could do. And a few stops ago, Austin said it's handling the best it's been all day. I can finally drive this thing. And like you mentioned, he grabbed some spots with a fuel-only stop. Cindric currently riding in the 11th position.
How about that 22 car right behind him?
How is it still on the racetrack?
He was airborne and now still out there running. Joey Logano, he has to be wondering what is going to break on this thing.
Running in 12th, and we saw him earlier. He was all 4 wheels off the racetrack in the air, slammed back down to the ground. But still going.
This is kind of one of them moments like we see at Talladega and Daytona where everybody kind of calms down and wants to get in the top line, Steve. And you don't want to be the last guy to make that choice.
That is exactly right.
Because you're going to go to the back of the line.
It's musical chairs, and the music is slowly running out on these guys. Oh, the 45 is like, just tell me I'm clear.
Not quite. Oh, a little contact as the 45 gets in the door, the 43 on the back straightaway. Kurt Busch in that 45 on the bottom. Now he's clear. He doesn't take that opportunity to jump that line.
Oh, slap cars.
So tight. Cars. 3 of them lined up.
Remember, this track is 15 feet more narrow than it was last year when we raced here.
Here's the contact as they just kind of come together accidentally.
So you mentioned the right rear tires. That is a concern when we go single file because the speed picks up.
Yep.
Fuel consumption becomes a concern because now you're probably close to wide open throttle, especially if you're the first or second car. They're all close on their number. And here's what I want to, when we talk about the new car, one thing we talked about a lot last week is the fuel cells are not the fuel cells these guys used to run that they have all of this confidence and history on. These are new fuel cells, Marty, so they're assuming they know how much fuel they can absolutely pick up, but we're going to have to find out as we get later into this run.
That's a terrific point, Steve. No longer a switch where you can go to the backup fuel pickup as well. I just asked Alan Gustafson a moment ago, how close is it? He said close. So Chase Elliott out front. We talked about that penalty, Steve. He's out front leading this. Has the track position he wants, but no doubt burning more fuel than anybody else in the field.
Yeah, so why? It's very simple. We showed you that animation earlier about moving the air. Chase Elliott is wide open. He is splitting the air for everyone else. So he is wide open all the way around here. The 19, the 7, the 1. They're able to like breathe it a little bit, find a little part throttle. It's all kind of, you know, as we see right here. Here's the 5 green lights. That thing is never going to shut off. I'd be shocked if he is less than wide open all the way around here. That's burning max fuel.
And the RPM's a little bit higher because he's got.
Yeah, look at him lift a little bit. He's he's looking in the mirror, and when he sees that gap get beyond 1, 2, 3 car lengths, he backs off the throttle. Some guys will drag the brake a little bit. That's Truex's throttle right here, and he's doing the same thing. He's lifting a little bit to keep that, keep that distance between the 9 and him the same, but also not get too far away from the car behind him. Marty.
Junior, here's another point. This is what does not play in Chase Elliott's favor as well. When it's single file like this, Steve, they're turning more RPMs. In fact, Chase Elliott in stage 2 told Alan Gustafson under caution, we were single file, was turning way more RPMs than I was earlier in the race. So that's a factor as well for the 9.
I mean, it's no different than driving your car around the street. If you're stepping on the gas, you're burning fuel. Fuel's what makes the engine go, makes the car go forward. You know, we talk about saving gas at some tracks where you brake, you can lift a little early and try to keep momentum. Well, I mean, there's no braking here. Maybe part throttle, but that's it. Fascinating, though, Junior, that Chase was able to save gas while leading. Pretty impressive.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
How could this grilled cheese double burger make your life easier?
You just eat the whole darn thing in the drive-in and don't tell anybody.
Right. I've done that before.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's my form of therapy. You got
cheeseburger therapy.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger.
When you get a quiet moment, you take whatever you got.
That's right.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
We get out, fire it up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it, and we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew, get out and do.
My name's Amy, and I bought and financed my car through Carvana. Everything was all good, but then things hit a slight snag. Okay, so they were trying to verify my employment status while I was at work in a giant hole in a mine. But then something amazing happened. Hello. Carvana worked with my shift manager and got everything sorted out, so I didn't miss out on the car. Super helpful. I was over the moon, even though I was underground.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
I gotta find somebody to babysit.
I think I can handle it.
Oh.
If he
I
can
need
put
to
on a
show
tire, he can put on a diaper.
Ace!
Losing the kid was not part of the plan.
The race to the NASCAR playoffs is on USA. The drama, the excitement, the characters. Next up, New Hampshire. NASCAR, next Sunday on USA.
And welcome back. We have Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr., Corey LaJoie, still the top three. We will stay with you if we continue to be green all 34 laps of this race. And a reminder, NASCAR America post-race show right after the conclusion of this race. We'll talk to a lot of drivers, and there's a lot on the line right now. Only one Georgia-born driver has ever won at Atlanta before, and it's the father of the driver of the 9, Bill Elliott. He had won here 5 times. There's only been one father-son duo that has won at this racetrack. That's the Earnhardts. Right after the conclusion of this race, we'll talk to a lot of drivers, and there's a lot on the line right now. Only one Georgia-born driver has ever won at Atlanta before, and it's the father of the driver of the 9, Bill Elliott. He had won here 5 times. There's only been one father-son duo that has won at this racetrack. That's the Earnhardts. So trying to join that duo. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Marty.
And Rick, you know, Chase Elliott wants to add his name to that list, worse than maybe anyone in the entire field, and eat some peaches in victory lane coming up here in a little bit. No doubt the 9 car has the speed. No doubt it has the handling. Does it have the fuel? That's the big question in the 9 camp right now, Kim.
And Martin Truex Jr. in that second position. The team wasn't overly optimistic about this race because Truex winless on super speedway racing style tracks, winless at Atlanta, and winless this season. Currently rides in the second position. Maybe they've changed their luck here today, Dave.
Third car in line, Corey LaJoie, 182 Cup Series starts. No wins. Will today be the day? If he has enough fuel, maybe. Ryan Sparks, the crew chief, just told me we didn't wait to get it full of fuel. A little bit of a guess when we took our 3.3 seconds, Marty.
Boy, what amazing recoveries for Ross Chastain at Atlanta this year. Down 2 laps in the spring race. They came back to finish second in a wreck today. A lot of tape on the nose of the car. Here he is running 4th with a shot to win this thing, trying to work with that 11 car right behind him, Dave.
And Denny is trying to find his way back to the front. He left the decision about what to do on the last pit stop in the hands of Tris Gabart, his crew chief. 2 tires was the call. They didn't get all the track position they want. They kind of held where they were. Marty.
On that last stop, Dave, Christopher Bell said, I need a lot of help to his crew chief, Adam Stevens. Adam Stevens delivered, made the right chassis adjustments. Now, can the 20 get up there and work with his teammate who's right in front of him and get up to the front and take the lead and get his first win of the year, Dave?
The blue 12 is Ryan Blaney running 7th. He was told over the radio, what you're doing right now for fuel is good to get us through NASCAR overtime if we need it. Wow, that's something we didn't talk about with all these teams being close on fuel. Kim?
Well, despite not having the raw speed they want, that number 43 and Eric Jones have the handling that they need. It's good for Eric, and this is one of the races they had circled where they feel like they could win with as good as Eric is at this style racing. Jones currently in the 8th position. Marty.
How about Justin Haley having one of his best runs of the year, Kim, in the 9th spot right now. Steve mentioned it earlier. 4 Xfinity Series wins on super speedway type racetracks. This is right in his wheelhouse. But has he made enough friends and made enough partners to make a move to get up there and win this thing, Kim?
Well, we talk about rebounds, and we can't ignore Cindric. Remember, he dropped to the rear of the field early in the race. That car just evil, too loose. They made adjustments throughout the race. It is handling as best as it is all day. And talk about super speedway style racing. Who won the very first race of the season? The Daytona 500 guys. That would be Austin Cindric in the 10th position.
Well, remember, we've had the most first-time winners since back in the 50s, and there are 6 that haven't won already this year in the top 9. Now, it may have won before, but potentially another winner at this racetrack. It could be a wild card race, of course, like everyone thought it was going to be.
So you said wild card race. Let's just look at the running order and let's talk playoffs. Chase Elliott, he's won a couple races, leading the race. So more playoff points for him if he can go to victory lane, right? Second is Truex, yet to win. He's in on points currently, but he'd love to add his name to that win column. Corey LaJoie in the 7, yet to win. So he would love to get a victory. Now the issue for the 7 is if he's fortunate enough to win, he's 34 points from the top 30. Remember, you have to be in the top 30. So if Corey LaJoie would win, his battle between now and Daytona would be to get in the top 30 in points. Behind him, Chastain, he has a win. Has 2 wins, excuse me. Hamlin, the same, but then how about Bell? No win for Bell. Blaney, amazingly, no win for Blaney. Eric Jones, Haley, full-time drivers, no win for them. So a lot of guys looking for a first win. There's a lot going on, not in just a race, but the entire season.
Listen in on Chase Elliott's radio.
I actually think having a 7 and a 1 ahead of 11 is helping us because the 19 can't get a good enough push. That 11 got ahead of them too and got to the 19. We'd have our hands full.
20 cars going around down on the front straightaway.
Ooh, this grass is wet.
Caution's out.
And Bell quickly getting on to pit road.
Looks like all tires are up, man. We'd heard from him that he was loose all race long. We saw a few moments earlier in the race with this 20 car.
Yeah, tires are not down.
The racetrack made some changes to the grass coming off of turn 4 in case cars went onto the grass. Big advantage right there. Didn't destroy the car.
So watch this 20. Middle of turns 3 and 4. Back just steps out a little bit right there. And he did a great job. Look how long he dirt tracks this thing. Almost saved it right there, but it finally comes around.
And right here is where the track did the work. So you see the car just skipping across the grass rather than digging in and just ripping the nose off of it.
Well, A+ then, because it was tested right here, and it's thankful to see this 20 with minimal damage is going to continue. I want to know what Blaney and Eric Jones was thinking right here.
Yeah, you see him around, and early in the year, Christopher Bell maybe overcorrects and turns that car and head on into the wall. Drivers have learned you can't turn these cars too sharply. On top of that, Junior, we were talking about Corey LaJoie, and Kim said, his crew chief Ryan Sparks said, they took a guess on fuel, that they may not have got enough fuel in it. Well, if they were guessing for something, this was it. They were guessing cautions. They needed cautions to save some fuel, so this could be a huge break for Corey LaJoie in the fuel in his race car.
So now the question is, fuel 1, that's my first decision maker. If we are truly short, do we need to come down and put some more in it, or will we be good enough just saving some under yellow? The second part is, we just saw a great race car driver spin out on his own.
Yeah.
So that tells me, Junior, right, that grip is going away in these cars. Pace was picking up. So I don't think you're going to pit if you're Elliott or Truex, but someone is going to pit. And, Dale, you've always taught me at Daytona, especially in July, put some tires on and let me be on the offense. You feel like you can make moves to use those tires if the opportunity presents.
Yeah, I think if your car's handling really good, you can be aggressive with the steering wheel to side draft, block, do all those things, stay on the track. But if you cannot be aggressive with the steering wheel to block, to be able to side draft, to change lanes, you need to be able to fix that, work on that. You need to have those abilities to try to win this race.
The trouble with this racetrack is, can you go 3 wide and make advances? We have not seen much of that. So can you go somewhere with tires?
Kim.
And you see Kurt Busch right there, overshoots the line, has to reverse. They are going to take tires. It's going to be a slow stop for Kurt Busch, who had a fast race car all day, Dave.
Kevin Harvick is on pit road. He'll get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Wasn't really able to do anything back in the pack. We'll see if this helps, Marty.
Boy, they thought they had that loose condition fix for Christopher Bell, but it just snapped on them there, and that puts everybody pretty much in a window here where they can make it all the way. Oh, no, and a tire comes off on Christopher Bell. That is not good. Can't make any progress here. Is that tire from them? Yeah. I can't see, guys.
It's the left rear.
Okay.
I believe it's the left rear. If we go back and watch that stop, I would bet money that there's either an exchange issue on the left rear, or that socket magnetically holds basically the wheel nut in. And what happens is the timing is so quick. If that socket or wheel nut falls out, jack's going to be dropped, tire is going to leave.
Okay, so the wheel comes off on pit road. Is the rule that he just lost his crew chief for 4 weeks?
So NASCAR's going to look at this and see. Let's see what happens on the left rear. We see the exchange. Oh, you see the tire changer just didn't have it tight. So what NASCAR did is they changed the verb, just the wording of this. because the idea is they don't want tires coming off on the racetrack. That's why the penalty is so severe. It's a major safety issue. So what they're trying to do is give them a chance. Let's take a look again at how this works, right? So here is the pit gun. We're going to go in and we're going to take this nut off. Now look at this. That stays attached to the socket with a magnet. We've explained how this works. There's your spindle, those yellow drive pins, very important. That's what the wheel gets set on. The red little locking mechanism. Think about your telescoping poles at home. You know, you pop it in, pop it out, make sure it's in the right location. So let's put the wheel on. We're going to try to get it all lined up. It's not as easy as it looks. The tire carrier is going to look back at those yellow pins, right? So we're going to put it on. Now we're going to take the gun. We're going to tighten it up. Now the goal is to go all the way over those locking pins. You see they're not popped back up like that telescoping pole. That means it's not tight. Now we made them, bright red so you can see them at home. There are a bunch of teams on pit road that color them pink so they can see them. They're naturally silver. They kind of blend in. This right here, you can see the tire changer panicking to try to stay on that gun. He knows there is an issue, and it looks to me like the wheel nut wasn't even started. That's why that tire come off. Back to your point on the rule, they have reworded it where if the tire and wheel stay on pit road and they feel close enough to the pit box, it's not an automatic suspension because of just that. They don't want to throw a crew chief out for that. And now if it comes out on the racetrack, you can have a little bit of trouble, Jeff.
Remember we had a crew member swap between the 20 and the 23. The 23 has had this problem over and over and over, tires coming off, slow pit stops. So now that has gone to Christopher Bell and his team. They were making some changes, trying to improve both teams, but right now has not worked well for Christopher Bell, Marty.
Yeah, Jeff, great point. And this is the first race with that new pit crew for the 20 team who was originally, as you mentioned, on Bubba Wallace's pit crew. They've had a slew of issues this year. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, the problem again on the left rear, just like today with Christopher Bell. So certainly some things to clean up here for these JGR pit crews. I know they're going to focus on that this week.
Coming up to the choose cone here, and we saw Chase Elliott go to the outside. And Martin Truex Jr. took the inside line.
Earlier in the race, we saw, 5, 6 guys at the front automatically choose the outside line, but that bottom is getting more and more interesting for these guys. More and more guys willing to start down there and try to make it work. And as this racetrack has changed, it's cooled off. You see the shade on turns 1 and 2. The grip's gone up, the speeds have gone up, so that bottom is going to be more and more competitive all the way to the finish.
On the bottom is the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. listening to his radio.
Rather be aggressive than not.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're fast enough that we can get ahead of it. We just need to get a good launch and push, and then try and clear it.
And look who he's getting pushed from, that one car. And they didn't have too good a time doing that earlier in the race, got turned around. But he's going to hope that Chastain can give him the push he needs to send him out into the lead here.
I still am concerned with that one car, the speed of that one car. The damage on the nose, I know it's not a lot, but it's enough. And is he going to be able to push Truex the way Truex really wants him to?
There'll be 19 laps to go here at Atlanta. Find out if we will have another Elliott in victory lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Let's close this thing out.
Martin Truex Jr. on the inside looking for his first win of 2022. Corey LaJoie looking for his first career win in the Cup Series. 19 to go from Atlanta.
Both sides pretty organized. Oh, man, they're really tight, trying to slow each other down. They say the side draft isn't that strong, but they still try to make it work.
Truex is clear. What is he going to do? He's going to either line right now.
They're not connected, though. Not as well as that outside line. Does that 7 have enough horses to be able to push this 9 car back to the lead?
The 11 gives him a shove, and Corey LaJoie back up to the bumper of the 9. Here comes the 1 of Ross Chastain to the inside. He battles for the lead.
Oh, Chase Elliott hard in the back of Truex. See his car moving all around. The pushes are going to get more aggressive right now with only 18 to go.
Truex Jr. now bouncing from the inside to the outside, back to the inside, and back to the outside.
Truex choosing to stay in this high line. That sends the 1 down to the bottom. Now he's even with this 19 car. Almost clearing Truex off of 2. Doesn't quite do it. Down the back straightaway. It's a drag race into 3.
Little help from the 12 of Ryan Blaney on the 1. So strong still is Ross Chastain's number 1 with all the damage on the front of that car.
But look at that inside line. Only 3 cars down there. That's not enough. This outside line is going to have the momentum. Look.
Oh, Chase Elliott, an aggressive move to the bottom. Can he clear him? No, Truex blocks him.
He didn't make it work. Not enough of a side draft.
Now who's going to get the help? Who's going to get the help?
He side drafts again. Chase Elliott with a little bit of help now from the 1. The 2 of Corey, or the 7 of Corey LaJoie gets into the back of Truex.
Truex back to the lead off of turn 4 with the help from that 7 car. Oh, Corey to the bottom. He's going to try to get some help from the 9, but Truex is going to block that as well.
Truex all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, right down to the double white line. Cannot advance your position below the double white line here at Atlanta. Coming up on 14 laps to go. Corey LaJoie running in the 2nd position.
Truex back to the bottom.
Oh! The 11 sideways. Can he hang on to it? They wreck.
Lock her down here. Lock her down. Get
and the caution will come out. There'll be another restart.
Brad Keselowski down there in the grass.
Lock it down, lock it down, lock it down, lock it down.
Everybody did a really, really good job there. I thought that was going to be a bigger wreck than it was. The 1 car gets in the left rear quarter panel, and Denny Hamlin turns him sideways in front of the field.
Denny Hamlin has had enough of Ross Chastain this year. It's not going to help.
Right front down, and left front could be down as well for Brad Keselowski, as he's going to try to limp around the racetrack and not do too much damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Jeff. These two have had quite the history since St. Louis.
Well, let's go back and see what happened. See he drive in the corner. Chastain just up the racetrack into the back, into the quarter panel of Hamlin.
So this is the frustration I think drivers have with Ross Chastain. When you interview him, he talks about how he's going to try to do it differently and race differently, and then here we are. He just climbs the banking. I'm sure his car is probably not handling as he had hoped, but his contact spins Denny Hamlin out.
I'm with you, Steve. You got a gas pedal in there. Chastain is going to have to make a decision on what does he want to do. Like, he's up the racetrack right here. He's lost the nose. You're going to have to lift. I mean, you got to lift and get off of the guy, no matter who it is. And he's going to have to clean these things up. He's a professional race car driver. He's a winner. He's a championship contender. You just can't continue to do these types of things.
Listen to Denny in the throttle. Holds the steering wheel, downshifting. Let's listen to the 1 audio here.
Right front into him and left front as I went by him. He just kind of rolled, no big hit. I should have lifted more. I knew I was going to get tight. My fault.
Okay, my fault, but it keeps happening. I love Ross Chastain. He's a really good race car driver, but he's got to find a way, Junior, to run these races without constantly making contact.
Yeah, I want him to change, but I don't want him to change. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
It's tough.
Well, he won't win a championship because they won't let him win a championship if he doesn't clean it up.
Denny has told him what's coming from the last time this happened, and he's going to make Denny have to prove his point. You can imagine Denny, if we could see him, be very angry right now, and I'm sure we'll hear about it after the race.
I can see fire coming out of the helmet.
Denny Hamlin right now 21st after the spin. He was running up inside the top 5.
I mean, you see right here, the dotted white line gives you a great perspective on where they're at, and the 1 just continues to come up. So, Dale, I love what you're saying about his aggression for success on the racetrack when it comes to wins, but I have to side with what Jeff's saying here, that, like, the next step for a driver of Ross Chastain's level, who has proven he can win, is to find his way to week in and week out, find some give and take. Your real estate can't be the most important real estate on the racetrack for everyone. Let's hear what Denny Hamlin had to say.
Yeah, he just come up the hill and wrecked your boat. I can't tell you any more than that without looking at traces and studying it for an hour, but the bottom line is, no lesson learned. He just come up the hill and wreck you. So.
Hey, and if you have an opinion, you could call in Monday.
You'll be there.
I'm on
You'll be there.
Steve, I know what we're talking about.
I'm telling you, man, we got 12 more laps to get another lead story, but this one's going to be pretty high. Go ahead and call in. Join us on Peacock Monday and Wednesday at 6. This Monday is going to be exciting.
Let's see if we can get Ross Chastain to call in. What do you think? Talk to you guys.
Sure.
On
I'll talk to him.
Listen, Ross Chastain is a good guy. He's just working hard. And you see here, back in June, made contact with Hamlin. Hamlin was mad and just made the rest of this race miserable for Ross Chastain.
You can see it right here. It was entertaining, funny to watch. Every time he caught Denny, what Denny was willing to do. Denny didn't have to make any contact with him, just kind of slowed him down, cost him some positions. Brake checking him, slowing down. And then he got, after the race, he gets out and says, "Look, I'm gonna take care of it next time I get a chance."
And today, this is what happened.
Ross Chastain has fought and clawed and scratched to get to this point in his career. And Junior, that's how he got here.
Yeah.
And it's easy for me to sit here and say, you got to fix this. It's another thing. He's afraid to back off. He's afraid if he backs off, he's going to lose his speed and lose his edge. And that's what he's going to have to try to figure out as his career advances. He's got the speed. He's got the aggressiveness. He's got the intensity. He's just got to couple it with the right mindset.
Let's hear from a couple crew chiefs before we go back to racing. We'll start with Dave.
Yeah, let's start with Ryan Sparks. He's a crew chief for Corey LaJoie today, and been kind of fun seeing your boy run up front there. Does he have enough fuel now that we've had these caution laps, and what can he do with the field?
Yeah, he did a good job saving through that last run, and I think these caution laps will get us home. The Rays Energy Drink Camaro has been awesome all day. Super Shoe's done a heck of a job to put himself in position, and we're going to go for it right here, see what we got.
Love the nickname Super Shoe. He knew coming in, based on the top 5 earlier this year, this could be a good day for him. How confident was he?
He had a lot of confidence coming in. I think he can get her done. He's pumped up. He's ready. I want to say a quick shout-out to my sister back at home. Happy birthday. We're going to try to get it done for her.
Get it done for Sis. Kim?
Well, Alan Gustafson calls the shots for hometown boy Chase Elliott. What is your driver telling you right now?
Well, certainly not, but Chevy's been really good all day. Everybody's done a great job executing the race. Certainly it's this racing's pretty circumstantial, so got to have the right things go our way. I think we've got the car to win, but yeah, super excited, and just want to take a second to say happy birthday to my dad. It was his birthday last week, and the boss's birthday is on Tuesday, so happy birthday, guys.
What will Chase need to do on this restart to gain that track position and get back at the point?
Obviously, whatever row we're in, we've got to either, if we're on the bottom, we need a good push to take the lead. If we're on the top, behind whoever that is, we need to just get a good push and get to where we're open and can make a move.
That's Alan Gustafson, crew chief for Chase Elliott. He's joined here at the box by Jeff Gordon and Mr. H, all hoping their driver gets to victory lane.
Want to listen once again into the 11 radio of Denny Hamlin.
Got into you because he gave himself no margin. I mean, there was 4 feet underneath of him, so.
Well, he knew it was going to be clear on the outside. So, you make decisions.
Yep. Everyone makes a decision. You're right.
And Jeff, I think that's what you're talking about. He had a decision to make, and at that time, didn't make the decision that would have kept him out of the 11.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he just needed to be out of the throttle. As soon as he got tight, he needed to understand it wasn't going to get better and just start coming out of the throttle and to avoid that contact. But, of course, that exposes you to being passed from behind when you come out of the throttle, and that's why I didn't want to do it.
Well, there's the choose right there. No surprise, Truex took the top. Surprised a little bit, the 7 took the bottom. I guess maybe not. He said he has to win, so put himself on the front row. Chase sticks with the top as well as the 43 and some other cars, and we'll see which row gets the better start. Let's listen into the outside of row 2 in the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Well, that didn't work out too good for us there.
Nothing you can do, just all forward. You got this. You'll get your chances. You're just about 2 inches from clearing that 19. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I thought that was a little close for take it there, bud. Sorry.
Well, so there, we talk about aggression. There's the other side. So Chase Elliott felt like at that point in the race, it was too close to try to shut the door on the 19. Now with 9 to go, if he gets another shot, we'll see. We'll see what the decisions these drivers make. But this restart is going to be pretty interesting.
I like this pick from Corey LaJoie to go to the bottom. Like, I'm not real wild about Chastain because, again, I don't think he has the speed to push. But how are you going to win this race if you don't get in front of Truex? And here's an opportunity to try to find a way to make it happen.
7 team on pit road, watching Corey LaJoie, who will restart on the inside. Martin Truex Jr. will be on the outside. Chase Elliott right behind Truex Jr. Back up through the gears they go, and diving into turn number 1, under 8 laps to go in Atlanta.
Big restart on the bottom lane for Corey LaJoie. He is going to clear the 19 on corner exit if he wants it.
These 8 laps are going to happen fast. Corey LaJoie to the top, getting a big push from this 19 car.
Pushing hard.
19 trying almost to the right rear quarter panel. He had a shot at it.
He was almost there.
Cautions come out. On the back stretch.
Yeah, we got
car down on the apron. Joey Logano, the 22.
I think we had a couple cars spin around. Seems like everybody's heading in the right direction, though.
And we'll have another restart. Yeah, the left front down, as well as you see the 11. Denny Hamlin has damage to the right side.
Ahead, look back, we were crossed up.
Dead straight. I got hooked.
That was Denny.
Yep.
And Logano wasn't able to turn all the way onto pit road.
Oh, and this is just making the number of laps even less and less for the restart. And I can tell you, you get a 2 or 3 lap shootout on a speedway race on a restart, it is it's very intense.
It isn't a whole lot of fun. I mean, let's watch right here. Denny Hamlin right there in the Coca-Cola number 11. It's like the 20 of Christopher Bell in the middle between the 22. They just come together. Not enough room for Christopher there to be in the middle, and turns both these guys in the outside wall. Time running out.
Bottom of 3
they
when you
know
get
things
there.
are going to happen fast.
One outside now.
Trying to get everything they can get.
Reckon.
Denny's day goes from bad to worse there. And frustration coming through the radio.
And no idea, like, even what happened. Like, what just happened? I know I got hooked, but how?
Crew once again goes to work on the 11. Try to get it back out there.
Damage, Rick, to your point. Big damage. And as these laps count down,
Jack drops there.
I was going to say, because, as these laps count down, I think the chance of these, look at this. This is, I mean, there's fans, then there's some serious commitment.
Yeah.
That's what the entire Dawsonville pool hall looks like right now.
Oh,
that's what they all look like. Oh, what's going on?
I hope Rut's watching, because that's going to be next year's outfit at the pool hall.
He's got a fire suit on. Look at this.
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of nerves over here.
Yeah.
They are nervous. This guy's having a great time.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we're all a little late to his party.
He's having fun and entertaining the fans around him. Got a Kyle Larson fan in front of him.
So now the decisions that have to be made by the drivers. True, we just saw LaJoie pick the bottom and got the lead. So now what he's thinking is, all right, what lane do I pick? Do I pick the bottom? Do I pick to the top? And he doesn't know who's going to pick behind him because of the choose line. He has someone he may want to push, but he does not know who's going to pick behind him. So and look who's behind him. He's got Cup champion Truex, Cup champion Chase Elliott. Chastain's won multiple races, Daytona 500 winner. I mean, this is a very tough decision for Corey LaJoie.
Well, he picked the bottom before, and that was what gave him the lead. So I don't know how he has to think about that and think, man, maybe I need to stick with that decision. He is the control car as well. Wasn't the control car on the last restart, but being the control car, he can decide when he gets in the throttle and goes through the gears. And the other thing, too, if you're wanting to give a signal to the driver behind you, it's much harder to see through these cars. So we can't really wave from inside the car to the car behind us. We can look out, stick that hand out that left side and wave. But if you're in the outside line, everybody sees that. So if you're in the inside line, only the car behind you can see that hand motion. And that's a really, really important thing late in these races on the restarts at Daytona and Talladega. Dave.
One other thing that Corey LaJoie wanted to know was right after I took the lead, the caution came out. Okay, Was there a move coming that I need to cover next time? So they discussed it back and forth. Corey just wants as much information as he can get. What were the cars doing as the caution came out? Is there something I need to be aware of going into turn 3 next time?
And I believe as the laps count down, Dale, you know, a guy that hasn't got a lot of experience in these situations, the less laps have to be better, right? Because if it's 4 or 5 laps, you're going to have multiple choices to have to make. Just a couple laps, you might make the 1 or 2 absolutely right choices that pay the bills.
Yeah,
So-
it's going to be 3 to go.
Yeah, so his spotter, TJ Bell, he won the truck championship last year with Ben Rhodes. And this type of racing today at Atlanta reminds me a lot of truck racing, how they have to push on restarts. It really reminds me a lot of it. So will that experience that TJ had in the truck series help Corey LaJoie right here?
I'm excited for this.
Well, this is the most laps that Corey LaJoie has ever led in a race. And so LaJoie has been out front 17 laps. He's got a possible first ever Cup Series win staring him in the face 3 laps away from that checkered flag.
And why not this year? We've had 5. Let's make it 6.
And this is a little team taking it to the big guys. This team does not have the funding of everybody around them. This would be a major upset in the Cup Series.
Says the longer you can stay locked up, the better it'll be for you guys to try and clear them both.
So the longer they can stay locked up, and they can probably push all the way around to turn 3. So the 7 car of LaJoie needs to try to stay still. Don't make a lot of movements left to right so that the car following feels comfortable to go up there and get into the back of him and push. If he's moving around on the back straightaway, that's not very good for the car following to feel comfortable to push. If you sit still, he can push you real hard.
Here we go. It'll be 3 laps to go. LaJoie, the control car, on the inside. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside. This is the same way they lined up last time when LaJoie got the lead. Now he's the one who decides when they go. Green flag back in the air.
No push from that 1 car right now.
Yeah, I'd like to see them be a little bit closer together than they were. Good organization on the outside line. Oh, contact. The 7 and the 19. Truex in the middle.
3 wide. Here comes Chase Elliott.
Chase through the middle. Truex now to the outside, going backwards.
Now, Corey LaJoie trying to block both lines. To the high side. Here comes Chase Elliott. LaJoie up to block him.
Coming to 2 to go here. Chase is going to get a run on this 7 car at the end of the front straightaway. We know he's went to the inside, this side to the outside.
Outside.
9 car to the lead.
Now he's got to decide what lane he's going to go. Is he the bottom or the top? Big push from the 1 car on the 7 here.
Push is coming from both sides.
Elliott goes down to block.
Corey's clear. He's clear of the 43.
1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Oh, LaJoie loose behind the 9. Now he goes to the high side. All the way up into the wall goes LaJoie. He's going to spin around. He'll collect the field. Caution will come out, and it looks as though the 9 of Chase Elliott is going to be scored the winner. Chase Elliott will join his father as the only Georgia-born driver now, 2 of them to win at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Just the second father-son pair to win at Atlanta.
How about that, boys?
Mr. H, Jeff Gordon, and Chase Elliott fans all over, hugging and celebrating this win.
That was a good one. Appreciate y'all.
Complete celebration for Chase Elliott and complete dejection for Corey LaJoie. Corey made an aggressive move to win the race, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, he got a big push from the 43 down the front straightaway, and he had to do something with that, right?
Yes, yes.
So he went to the outside. Chase goes up to block a little bit. Corey gets into the wall, gets loose up high. Here it is. The 43's coming to the back of the 7 car and knows now Corey's going to get a run. What's he going to do? He doesn't go to the bottom. Chase enters low, moves up the racetrack. That sends Corey into the wall.
Oh, Kurt Busch.
Some hard licks right there. Gets in the back of the 9, just barely right there, and up the racetrack, loose into the wall. Everybody just going for it, really. You know, Chase is going to block. You know the blocks are coming late in these races. Just defending his position, trying to win this race.
Yeah, this late in the race, you said it. If you got to run, you have to take it. And if it's coming from behind, you have to block it. And I know Corey won't be happy with the block. Chase, to be honest with you, doesn't like having to do that kind of block because it exposes you as well. It's just the nature of the beast on the last lap.
That was a lot of fun.
If we look at it real close, Chase blocked the move, and there was some contact where the 7 bumps into Chase, and then there's some distance between them. They sort of separate.
He burned the left tire down. It's flat. That checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Well, it was when he was 13 years old and not at the racetrack with his dad. He was racing legends right here in the quarter mile, and you hear the crowd. A very popular win for the Dawsonville, Georgia driver. And guess what's happening in Dawsonville right now at the pool room?
My man right here wore the right outfit today.
A lot of Chase Elliott fans in the crowd, and there it is. That's the pool room at Dawsonville. He's done it again, Marty.
Chase Elliott just looked at me and said, unbelievable. That finish was crazy. Wins both of the stages today, and for these fans here in Atlanta, the hometown boy delivers. You've got a lot of big wins in your career. I can think of one in Phoenix that got you a title, but where does this one rank on the all-time list?
This one's up there for sure, man. This to win at your home track is a really big deal, I think, to any race car driver. And I've watched a lot of guys do it over the years. You know, Jimmy out in California, and we haven't really had a very good run here. So felt like, you know, today was a great opportunity for us. But just so proud. You know, this is obviously home for me, home to a lot of great fans who made a lot of noise today. Home for Napa, you know, right down the road in Atlanta. So just couldn't be more proud of our team. What a car. I mean, I'm not sure we've ever had a Speedway car that good. If we had, I probably wrecked it down at Daytona. But just man, what a few weeks it's been. I feel like I gave one away last week, and to come back and put on a performance like that, I'm really proud of that. So excited to get home. It's going to be a big one tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm sure it will be. I got to ask you about the last lap. You had to go up and block the 7. You actually said, I'm sorry, on the radio. So what was going through your mind on that final lap?
Well, I mean, obviously I knew he was going to have a big run. You know, I didn't want to really give him the bottom, and, you know, I tried to give it one good, real aggressive block. Felt like I had enough room to kind of give it a second one. And he was, you know, just right there on the right side of my back bumper. So it was far enough, you know, to the back side of the bumper to launch me forward. You know, hate it tore up some cars, but I mean, I don't know what you do. Either go for the win or don't. I'm going to choose option A every day of the week.
Yeah, there you go. So you think these fans have heard of the pool room before in Dawsonville? We've been live all day there with Rutledge. Is it okay if Rutledge rings a siren tonight?
Yeah, just don't tell him not to break it now. That thing is really special. So, yeah, just thank you guys so much for coming out. Y'all made a lot of noise today, and can't wait to head back up 400 and get back home and say, I want to say hey to my mom and dad. I know they're watching at home. I wish they were here. This is a really, really special day for us, and just say thanks to all the fans here in Georgia who have supported me and you know, supported my family for many years. So really, we're just proud of this, and we're going to enjoy it.
What an incredible day for Chase Elliott, the Elliott family, and all these fans here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The hometown kid delivers.
I'm sure Bill and Cindy are very proud back in Dawsonville. Let's go to Rutledge Wood, who is at the pool room there in Dawsonville, to hear the siren.
Rick, Chase said it. These fans are ready. Let's hit that siren. What a scene it is. These folks have been here all day waiting for this. Unbelievable. The hometown boy gets the win, and the siren goes off at the Dawsonville pool room.
I'm going to tell you, that car's got a pretty good battery.
Jumper cables to do the siren.
I love it. So let's just remember, okay, the finish of the race is determined by cameras, not loop lines like what happens in every other race. They go to the camera at the time of the yellow. Here we are. We're going to roll down to turn 1. 7 gets that big run. He's going to go up. The 9 makes that block, the winning block. The 7's going to get turned around. Now, the most important thing is the 9 versus the 1. There's going to be a moment of caution right here. When NASCAR puts the caution out, the field is instantaneously frozen in that location. So it's the 9 versus the 1. They use a timestamp, and you're going to see that the 9 is clearly ahead of the 1 all the way around the corner. We're going to go to that moment, that freeze moment, just to show. Not even really close. A full car length, the 9 of Chase Elliott, clearly the leader at the moment of caution.
They will go to cameras at the end of the race to determine finishing order. And, of course, Chase Elliott is in front of Ross Chastain and gets the win. But what a day it was for Corey LaJoie. Let's hear from him. He's with Dave.
Rick, it was indeed for Corey LaJoie. He's had to listen to all the cheering for the other guy today. How close was that for you, my friend?
Closest I've ever been, for sure. That was fun. I'm proud of my guys, Spire, Ray's, Energy, Built Bar, Schluter, everybody's helped us out. It was nice to have that thing out in the wind for once, but I made my move and didn't work out. He made a good block, and the siren was ringing in Dawsonville. Unfortunately, I wish that that granny in the front row over there wouldn't been clapping so much. I wish that 7 car was in victory lane, but we keep running like this more consistently. That time will come.
Walk us through the final restart, Corey, and your thinking on what moves you had to make, and then the one you've ultimately made that got you into trouble.
I was going to school. I mean, that was the first time I've been leading a restart at one of these super speedway style racetracks, and how much you have to drag back, time your runs, cover the lanes is all new to me. So when I get myself in that position again, I'll be a little more prepared, and hopefully we can do a little better job and be the one that can throw the blocks as opposed to the one that's trying to make that late race move, because that guy usually is in the catbird seat. But I had some fun. I know that, and hopefully we can have that 7 car up front more often.
This track is unique, but we do have some more speedway racing coming up. How excited would you be for that after this?
I mean, it's always circled on our calendar, just because, being a smaller team like ours, we do feel like that's a bit of an equalizer, and it showed today. And we're going to go to Daytona with the belts pulled tight and see if we can't throw a Hail Mary again. We almost caught that Hail Mary we tried to throw today. Unfortunately, came up a little short. But nonetheless, I'm proud of my guys here at Spire, and we're going to keep grinding.
Strategy was good, car was fast, driver was brave, guys, and he almost got it done.
Well, Steve, they've got probably 30 employees at Spire Motorsports. At Hendrick Motorsports, over 400 employees for this organization. And the celebration, as he mentioned, he can't wait to get home. It's going to be a big one for Chase Elliott, winning in his home state.
We talk about how chaotic the day was going to be. Chase Elliott found a way to win every stage and the race, right? In all this chaos, he was perfect.
Only the second time he's done it, where he swept both stages and then went on to win the race. But today it was Chase Elliott's day in Dawsonville, Georgia. They're celebrating. The siren has sounded, and 16 career wins now for Chase Elliott, and a big one coming here in Atlanta. Celebration continuing for Chase Elliott and the entire 9 team down in Victory Lane. Mr. H able to celebrate here with the team. He's got Alan Gustafson back there, the crew chief. We will be here all the way till the top of the hour. There will be great celebration, and it's going to be exciting, I think, at Motor Mouse next week. But before we get there, let's get our drivers' inputs as to what we saw here at Atlanta. Did it live up to the billing?
Oh, yeah. I love New Atlanta. And shame on everybody out there if you ain't got tickets to next year's race, because it's pretty awesome. You got to see this in person. Finally seeing this racetrack with my own eyes, the rebuild here. The race we saw in the Xfinity Series yesterday was incredible. Today's race from start to finish, I couldn't believe how hard these guys were going in Stage 1, Jeff. And, man, Corey LaJoie, your heart breaks for that guy. And a great interview after the race. He says, my time is coming. We're going to keep working. You want it to happen for him. And then you got Ross Chastain, the guy out there who's kind of playing the villain card, working his way after accident to finish second. And then the hometown boy wins. I mean, it's a great story.
Yeah, hometown winners yesterday as well. So 2 Georgia winners this weekend. That makes the hometown crowd happy. Racetrack was incredible. I think it was actually better with a little bit of wear, a little bit of sun than it was the first race. Handling came into play. I really enjoyed that. I'm with you 100%. I don't know what Corey LaJoie could have, should have, would have done different. He got a huge run, and he made it. Remember, he took the lead on a restart. I thought he did his job, did a great job, almost put that little team in victory lane. So Corey needs to sleep tonight knowing he did everything he could. Yes, there's always something to learn, but on this day, Corey did, in my eyes, the best job he could have done. I don't know what could have happened different other than a little bit of luck with the 9 car, and he could have won that race.
Yeah, pretty impressive. All right, so Steve, as I'm looking at the scores, it's obviously not official yet, but you've got Ross Chastain, who finished second, Austin Cindric, who fell to the back of the field to start this race, and then Eric Jones up there in the top 5 as well. This racetrack really has some incredible racing at it.
Yeah, add Haley, Almirola into the top 10. You know, I wasn't sure what to make of it when I heard they were going to reconfigure Atlanta. This track was so tried and true. But Marcus Smith, you got to take your hat off, right? He is not afraid to go against the grain. He did it with the Roval at Charlotte. He added banking and created a 1.5-mile super speedway, if that makes any sense. But that's what we saw. And what we saw was great racing, great opportunity. I don't think it is just luck. I think what we are watching is skill on display, and that's the key. I don't want to see a bingo card be filled out. I want to see the best race car drivers in the world have the opportunity to showcase it. And that's what I saw both on pit road with the crew chief calls and on the racetrack with the drivers, not to mention the spotters. They are going to need a little bit of ibuprofen tonight, because if they don't have headaches from what they just did for the 3 or 4 hours, it was intense from start to finish.
Even with the damaged front end of his car, Ross Chastain was trying to make the pass for the lead right when the caution came out. Let's hear from Ross Chastain. He was with Kim moments ago.
Ross Chastain with another great finish. Despite the look of your car, it is beaten and battered. What was your race like, and what was it like knowing you had a car that looked like that?
Yeah, Kim, I hated that I took the best car here and I tore it up a couple times, but yeah, it's incredible. Hats off to Chevrolet and Trackhouse for bringing this fast of a jockey Chevrolet to be able to come back. Our road crew and pit crew did an awesome job to rebound through all the damage repair, and you know, we had a shot, and I got inside of the 9 coming off a 2, coming to the checkered, and caution came out. So I hope everybody's all right back there. But awesome job to Corey LaJoie and Spire Motorsports. That was I really thought into 1 when we took the white that I was going to push him to the win, and they all just fought for the top and almost gave it to us.
So you're looking back at those restarts. Would you have done anything differently, and if so, what?
Not the last couple. Earlier, we had the option to take the front row, and behind Corey, we were second, and I chose behind him because we were worried about fuel, and I knew better. I should have just taken the front row and dealt with the fuel in 60 laps, and we were trying to make sure we could be on offense at the end of the day for our jockey Chevrolet. So that would be the 1, but on a day like today, I feel like we won way more restarts. I feel like my lane moved when I was in it, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of this car and this team to give me that ability to do that.
Despite not taking the checkered flag, a winning day, according to Ross Chastain.
Well, I like his bounce back approach, right? He had tape all over his car to get it to the finish. I love everything I saw except for that one move with Denny Hamlin. And that's where Ross Chastain, unfortunately, is going to have, you know, a black eye from this situation, because he goes up and he catches the 11, and that's what the fans are going to remember. That's what Denny's going to remember. That's what the other competitors are going to remember. I love Ross Chastain's aggression at times. He just has to find out, and I don't know how you do this, but as a race car driver, you got to be able to turn it on and off. I wasn't very good at that even as a crew chief. I think that's the next step for us, Chastain. But talk about talent, he finds his way to the front of all these races.
You said black eye, bullseye, I think is what is going to be on Ross Chastain's car, especially when he's around the 11 of Denny Hamlin. All right, take a look at the playoff standings after this race. Chase Elliott now 3 wins, the only driver with 3 wins in the field. And again, very tight there at the cut line with Christopher Bell and Kevin Harvick. On the other side of the break, Marty, KP, and Brad on the Peacock Pit Box.
What a day in Atlanta. Welcome to the NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive. Unbelievable. Marty Snyder, Kyle Petty, Brad Daugherty, that young man, Chase Elliott in victory lane. Wow, what a move at the end of the race, and what a race today, period. And I don't think it's hyperbole. Maybe it is, Kyle. But
it is.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Brad then. There's been some great racing this year, Brad. But was this maybe the best race of the year?
You know, from start to finish, I would have to say so. I mean, we've seen some incredible finishes throughout the season. But from the green flag until the checkered flag, everyone was on pins and needles all day long. We didn't know how they were going to race. I think I was right, though. I think the cars were a little more planted than we thought they would be as opposed to yesterday.
Yes.
So, we saw a mini Talladega-Daytona type race.
Yeah.
And it was just tit for tat throughout the entire day. And we saw a lot of aggression. We saw some guys getting knocked around. We saw some people getting up front that we normally don't see. It had everything in it.
Yeah, I think, and that's, you're correct. I think start to finish, from the time they dropped the green flag until the time they threw the checkered flag, there was somebody 2 wide, 3 wide. There was somebody racing. There was somebody gouging on somebody. Yeah. And Mr. Peach Fuzz won, I think. I think I picked him.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
Him.
There we go.
You picked him.
Hey, that's the mustache,
you enjoyed a peach at the end of the pre-race show. So are you enjoying one in the post-race show?
I'm saving these in case we have an opportunity.
In case you're wondering, obviously, number one, Chase, a Georgia native, but number two, they give out peaches in victory lane.
They do.
They'll be enjoying these peaches here shortly. Chase Elliott and the entire 9 team. Just what a day here. And of course, we've had Rutledge Wood with us all day long from Dawsonville as well. Rut, did you actually hit the button on the siren? Because after I interviewed Chase, he wanted to know, wait, did Rutledge really hit the button? I want to make sure that it was someone else.
Marty, I promise you, when Chase said don't break the siren, I told these guys a few minutes ago, they said, do you want us to cut it off? I was like, yeah, I think Chase called me out. I can't have my name on it if we broke it. But it has been so much fun. Michael and the whole family here at the pool room have done a great job making this so special. Did y'all have a good time? Y'all, there's just nothing like this, to have a hometown crowd that's here supporting every single weekend. I mean, the action was nonstop. Every time something happened on the track, the oohs, the ahs, they were everything. But there is so much history of racing, of stock cars in this town. Dawsonville ought to be on everybody's list to come by, check it out, go by, see the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, and make sure you stop by the pool room and get a cheeseburger. Am I right? Yeah! That's right. Chase Elliott wins. The crowd goes wild here.
Hey, Rut, they got that sign done already. I mean, the race just finished like 15 minutes ago. So look at that sign. Did you help with the sign, Rutledge?
Marty,
maybe you did.
They're fast.
I can tell. I can tell.
They're fast up here, buddy.
Weren't you the guy, thanks for everything today, Rut, by the way. Weren't you the guy last week who said, I think, there's Chase eating the pizza. There you go, Kyle.
There we go.
There you go.
That's my man.
There you go. Yeah, I think the stash has to stay, by the way.
Yes, for sure.
You were the guy who said last week, Chase Elliott has the opportunity, track's coming up, to be the first real breakout driver of the year. Was today, I mean, last week, you heard him say it. I gave one away.
And
was today the backup of that performance?
No doubt about it. And he was flawless today. And he came in here on a mission. You could tell he was focused. I mean, there's the fanfare and all that stuff. He was focused on this race because he knew, and we heard him talk about it just a little bit, it was going to be unique. There was going to be opportunity here today. He was going to take advantage of that with his skill set and also that power that he had in that race car. They were trimmed out, ready to race from a green flag, and he was a threat winning every stage and the race. Man, that's domination by Chase Elliott.
Yeah, and listen, the opposite side of that coin is about 8 or 10 weeks ago on Motor Mouths. I had a whole diatribe on where is Chase Elliott? Is he going to show up this year?
I remember that diatribe.
Yeah, is he going to show up? Is he going to show up this year? Because he was there, but they weren't capitalizing on it. He was there, but he wasn't breaking through that. Yeah. And I think that it shows that obviously these guys know a lot more than I do, and Alan Gustafson is a great crew chief, but they're peaking at the time they need to be peaking. They're hitting their stride at the time they need to be hitting their stride to go into the playoffs.
I want to break down the last few laps in a couple of different ways. Number one, the pass for the lead. I mean, he did not restart in a terrific spot, but look at this move to get around Corey LaJoie. I mean, he was aggressive in the way he needed to be, but then also the last lap and blocking of Corey LaJoie. But first, Kyle, the pass for the lead.
Yeah, the pass for the lead was set up a couple of laps before that when Ross Chastain got in the back of the 7. They knocked the 19 out of the way, which put the 9 car at the front of that line. And you knew once, you just felt those last 8 or 10 laps, if Chase Elliott could get to the front, he was going to make the pass. He was going to make the pass on whoever was there. And I think he was bold. He made he made that move. He never hesitated. He knew what he was going to do once he saw nobody in front of him.
Yeah, all day long. I mean, the power in that 9 car was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so what I was watching on that restart, I knew when Ross did not get to Corey LaJoie deep enough, Corey was going to be in trouble because Corey had to outrun that 9 heads up, and no one in the field is going to do that.
Yeah.
And you saw that once that separation was there and Chase was able to get to his outside, he drug the brake a little bit, got a little bit of a bump, and he was gone.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me. I thought Corey LaJoie did an outstanding
Yes, he
job,
did.
though.
Outstanding.
How about the block on the 7? You know, Chase said, I'll make that move every day of the week. And I don't blame him, number one, because obviously a win is on the line.
Agree.
And Corey handled it very well after the race.
First class.
Yeah, first class, like you would expect Corey LaJoie to do. That block, obviously, running for the win, Kyle, that's a fair move.
Listen, Corey knew it was coming. Corey knew it was coming.
Right.
And he knew it was coming. He knew he was going to have to go inside or outside. Chase said it. Corey said it. Everybody has said it. They knew it was coming. And it was a gradual block. It wasn't, boom, I'm slamming you into the wall.
Right.
He moved up. He gave Corey an opportunity to ease out. But Corey's in the same position. I'm not easing out on the last lap, man. I'm going for it.
Yep.
And that's the same thing that Chase said. I'm going for it last lap.
Yeah, well, his season's on the line.
Yes,
That's one of Corey's, best shots to get into the playoffs, no doubt about it. Of course, the other big story of the day, Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin. We saw Denny Hamlin cart off and go to the driver owner lot. Dave Burns has caught up with him live, though.
Indeed, we have, Marty. And once again, Denny Hamlin's day was affected by Ross Chastain. I thought you were pretty vocal the last time. Where's it go from here?
It all works out in the end. I mean, there's nothing. I said my piece the first time around, and nothing really has changed this time.
Did you expect when you were racing for the position you were racing for that tap at all?
No, I made sure I gave plenty of room up on the high side. I think Ross probably saw that we were going to clear, and it probably wasn't going to be great for his positioning. But it's bad day for us.
Denny, is there going to be retaliation?
Things just worked themselves out in the end. We certainly aren't cutting any breaks, going forward. But beyond that, it's just, you make, as a driver, you make decisions, and I talked about those decisions, and eventually you got to pay for those decisions that you make, and it's just. Whatever happens in the future happens, but we're going to be racing each other pretty hard here for the rest of the year.
All right. Once again, Denny Hamlin, a bad finish today, and things, Marty, definitely not settled for the year, it doesn't appear.
No, it doesn't appear at all, Dave. Nice job grabbing Denny Hamlin and the driver on a lot. So you've both given those post-race, post-game interviews. In your case, Brad, that was a terrific non-answer, but an answer from Denny Hamlin. I don't think it's going to be pretty for the one car when the 11 is around him for the rest of the year.
I think Ross is in trouble with that 11 car. And, it's interesting. And we heard Steve and Junior and Burton talking about it, and they answered it appropriately. Ross has fought his way to this position, fought, clawed, dug, did everything he's had to do. He finished second today, guys. I mean, come on, through his grit. So, but better decisions when you're a winner at this level and you're trying to get yourself in position to win a championship and those types of things, there's some decorum that's involved when you race with these guys up here. And I think looks like that line may have been crossed again, and I think there's a problem ahead for Ross.
Probably is. I got no problem with it. I don't.
I just want to see the action.
I have no problem with the way Ross Chastain races, and I want to go on record with that, and I'm going to say it until heck freezes over, okay? Yeah. I mean, we are criticizing him for being a hard charger. We are criticizing him. He's made bad decisions. We all make bad decisions, okay? I saw Chase Elliott. He wins the race. He made bad decisions a couple of times out there and put himself in bad places and in the wrong place, and nothing came of it. But that happens during the course of the day, right. And I got you on that.
No,
and listen, he's going to have to pay for it at some point in time. Sure. You got the time is going to come where you've got to pay that debt, and you got to pay it off. But let me say this, and I'm going on record with it, that whether it's Mark Martin, whether it's Rusty Wallace, whether it's Dale Earnhardt Sr., whether it's Dale Earnhardt Jr., whether it's Kyle Petty, whether it's Richard Petty and Ned Jarrett, and we can go back to the beginning of the time. Every driver has put themselves in this position. Every driver has done this to somebody. Ross just seems to be in that period where the spotlight's on him. And every time somebody steals a cookie out of the cookie jar, somebody says, Ross Chastain, he got it. He got the cookie. We're on him a little bit harder than what we probably would have been if this was the first incident.
I think Motor Mouse on Peacock this week.
I'll be there, man.
Yes, it'll be busy. By the way, NASCAR America brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. We'll be back to wrap things up from Atlanta. So the media tried to get Corey LaJoie to say something bad about Chase Elliott for like 20 minutes, and he didn't. And there you go, the hug in victory lane, congratulating Chase Elliott after the block there at the end. And Corey LaJoie drove a terrific race today, by the way. So after we sign off here in Atlanta, be sure to go to SiriusXM Radio NASCAR Channel 90 for continued post-race coverage during the week as well. You can catch everything there at Channel 90 on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio. Take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver, the move by Chase Elliott to get the lead, and then the subsequent block on Corey LaJoie that we talked about, Kyle.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, a block is a safe driver. I got you. Yeah, no, and it is.
He won the race.
Listen, let me tell you something. Not a scratch on his car. Of all the guys and everything that happened, he put his car in the right position.
He did.
Or in a position all day long, not to put a scratch on it. So good job by him and Progressive.
I think these fans had a good time today, Brad.
Oh, they love it.
Hometown kid
People
winning.
are going nuts. This was incredible. The guy kicks everybody's rear end, both stages and the race. Man, what a day for young Elliott.
So we talked about this, and now Chase says, it was a juggernaut of 3 drivers tied with 13 playoff points. I feel like we've been talking about that for about 4 weeks, haven't we?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, Chase Elliott earns 7 playoff points today.
Big.
That's a differentiator.
That's big. Yeah. And we'll be talking about this in a few weeks. That's going to play out really, really largely. And yeah, big day for him and those guys down around the bubble again, man. It just gets further away.
Yeah.
You add in what could be 15 bonus points if he wins the regular season.
Yes, sir.
We've talked all year long about how no one's really separating themselves.
He is now.
He gets those 15, it's a different game.
And we talked about, here's a guy who has had led more laps this year at this point than he's led all year long. He's got 3 wins now. He's led the championship in the point standing for the last 10 or 11 races. And he's gone. We're not paying attention to him because we've had so many different winners. We've had this definitely separates him from the pack, and now he becomes a story unto himself.
Next weekend, we will head to New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Here's what you can catch us. 2 p.m., Countdown to Green, Saturday for the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and then 2 p.m. also on Sunday for the Cup Series. As much of a wild card as Atlanta Motor Speedway was today, Kyle, I know a lot of teams are pointing to New Hampshire next week as maybe their shot.
Yeah.
You look at Ryan Blaney, they feel like they're going to be outstanding next week.
Listen, and Brad has said it multiple times, what racetrack is not a wild card with this car and with this group of drivers? That's just kind of the way it is.
What a day it was at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Flo Rida, I saw him hanging out with you guys, by the way.
Man.
Bodyguard off the pit box.
Bodyguard.
Crazy day of wrecks. Ross Chastain came back up to finish second after getting damage on his car early on. But at the end of the day, it was Chase Elliott with that move. The hometown kid gets his first ever win at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. More NASCAR coverage always available on NBCSports.com. Law & Order SVU Marathon is next on USA.